Hello, hello, and welcome. There's still a glow on it. Nope, there it goes. Okay,
She
cool.
hadn't turned the light off yet.
I see. Welcome to Odin's Gaming. I'm a DM of Waterdeep Dragon Heist. I forgot the joke I used last week, so I just hit you with Texas Deviant. You all have to do.
I thought you were hitting him with the apathetic DM.
I don't know what we're all doing here anymore. It's like episode 24. Can't believe you're still here. Thanks. Anyways, to my left.
It's also a DM. I'm DM number 2 Westfield. I'm playing the DMPC Rin, the Satyr Bard. Chill out, my dude.
And to his left.
Jenny is also a DM.
She's higher on the DM total, though.
I am Paradox. I'm playing Percy Jenny.
Hi, Jenny.
And to my left is Jenny.
Hi, I'm Texas Timbers. I'm playing Astra the Druid.
We last left off.
Last time we did a whole bunch of talking with Mert. We escaped from the compound, with the stone of galore. And then we escaped to talk to the Harpers. And
Oh god. It's gonna be that kind of a day.
we had a big long conversation with Mert trying to get our Mert trying to get our ducks in a row and kind of make sure everyone was on the same page of what kind of deal we were striking with joining the Harpers and handing over the Stone of Galore. And we talked a little bit about our rewards potentially, and et cetera, et cetera. The end of the conversation, I believe, ended with something along the lines of like a 10%, and we're joining the guild. 10% as far as like the end game loot, like loot and glory from the actual loot pile. Mert also had offered us that he would go and check out one of the venues for us. We chose to send him to the ship to check out the circus man, of whose name is the really cool one.
Circus man.
Captain
Take it
Zord.
Zord,
by the
yeah, that's it.
hand.
The Power Ranger guy. And then we were going to, after our meeting concluded, and make sure that nobody dies while we're here in the inn, because one of our buddies did try to get assassinated. We're near. We decided that our best point of action afterwards was either to go and speak with the House of the Inspired Hand / most importantly the Temple of Mystra to see kind of if they check in and see if they found anything out about the Nimble Rights and their purpose in the city, and also to come back to the compound in order to figure out what they had to do with Captain Zord and getting the Nimble Right. And they clearly had some kind of connections to be spending the amount of money that they did and having the amount of good fortune in getting the Stone of Galore that they did. So going back to check that out is likely on our to-do list.
And you left the Stone of Galore with Mert.
Yes.
As you guys figured it brought too much aggro.
Yes. And I think that was pretty much the gist of it. We were wrapping up our conversation with Mert and heading home potentially soon after.
So, what if we didn't head home?
I'm listening.
So, my thought process, if I'm an evil rich lady and I hire some people to protect me and kind of my stone, but I don't really talk about that part, and those folks are hanging out on my roof defending me and disappear into the night, chasing after said attackers.
Right.
They disappear for a number of hours while we're talking to Mert.
Right.
And then don't come back until the morning. I'd be rather peeved that they didn't show back up.
Understandable.
Yeah, that's the end of that thought process.
I think it'd be totally reasonable to go back and affirm our alibi. I think that'd be a good idea.
Yeah,
I would like to further the web. That we tracked them back to the yawning portal. There's no way that people here don't know that we're here and have seen us or would be able, what were you doing the night of? So if I would like to say that we lost them at the yawning portal. And then
They lost us at the yawning portal.
Yes.
We also could use the yawning portal as when we lost them, we went to go deal with our contacts to see if they could help us find the trail of them. And we met our contact at the Yawning Portal.
And now they are on the hunt as well.
To help resume the trail of the.
Yeah,
their
I just
attackers.
I don't want it to be like a lie that we went through the city, yada yada yada. Because I'm
That
sure
way,
that
anyone here at the
people-
Yawning Portal could just be like, "What? You guys were here talking to Mert that night?"
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah.
Sure.
We could potentially just go right back there. It's been a long ass day, I gotta say.
You guys have had
Oh yeah.
a fight, some encounters in the street, the other fight, and then the compound fight.
I'm at good berry HP. Oh no, Mert
You're at
slapped me
full
on the
HP.
back and I'm full
What
HP.
resources?
Look at that. What resources? My HP is a resource.
But yeah, I think that we can do that. Kind of get things wrapped up here with old Murdy boy.
Sure.
All right, let's.
I think that we're near it already. Kind of like, all right, I want to go now. Like a while ago.
You keep saying I'm involved in this, but I really don't want to be. I'm gonna leave now. All right, but you got us all attempted assassinated on the way to this room. I'm just saying, like, you're...
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
All right. Ready to kick things off.
Dominic, what?
You're right there. Can you pass me my glasses?
All right, then let's continue. So you guys were in a private room on the third floor of the Yawning Portal,
Yes.
of which you realized that sound was kind of gloriously blocked out from traveling across the wards.
Yes.
And so you exit it, and the general raucous tone of the portal greets you.
We don't really have any rhyme or reason to hang around here, so I think we just abscond from the Yawning Portal as quickly as we can.
You don't want
What does that mean?
to say
Like,
bye to
Just
Throne
leave.
Okay.
I mean,
or Volvo.
no, I really don't think so. I think
Gross.
that our the idea being like the only reason in this situation that we've sort of laid out that we would want to hang around would be if we wanted to continue to establish the idea that we hung out at the Yawning Portal, but we want to have the idea that we stopped in at the Yawning Portal.
I'm beginning to see a trend here. You're ghosting Floon.
No, we said hi to him, I'm pretty sure, on the way in.
Yeah.
I don't give about his emotions.
He's
Heard
probably
some-
passed out already anyway.
He has a wife. She should worry about his emotions.
What about Volo?
Mm-hmm.
Willow's married to his work.
It is true.
You
The
guys are tied to
ghosties-
his work.
The ghosties can worry about his emotions. Bye.
Bye. Okay, it doesn't take much interaction to dodge the people that you don't want to in here. It's pretty crowded.
Let's
Before
just
too
take
long,
the dodge action.
before too much longer, you guys are back on the open street in front of the Yawning Portal. It's getting really late at this point. That conversation took a while, and so the crowd isn't as shoulder bustling here. There's some pavement to walk. You can actually see the cobblestone in front of you, for example.
The Yawning Portal at this point of night is just all barbarians and bards. It's the only people that hang out this late.
Like that's really the good source of light in the nearby area. And then you got the street lights that are kind of dimly lighting the rest of the pavement back towards the North Ward. Other than that, the stars are out pretty heavily. It's a little bit damp in the air. It feels like it's about to rain. Not too long from now. All the lights go out because you cut them off.
Oh no.
Stars at night are big
Oh, no.
and
No.
bright.
Deep in the heart of Waterdeep.
And it's still
Deep in the
quite
heart of the sword clips.
quite hot for this time of the year. So.
Okay.
In the heart of Faerun.
There you
Hey,
go.
here we go.
Yeah, I mean, our path is pretty much completely like above board lit roads from here to there, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I think we're straight chilling.
On your way back to
I think we're straight chilling.
On
Are you?
On your way back to the Grolhund estate, you do happen to catch, actually, anybody have a passive perception of 14?
Yeah, I have a passive perception of 15.
Okay. Then you're the only one who notices this, but you notice a darkened figure, not too dissimilar from the drow that you were chasing.
Hey!
Slinking off on one of the rooftops, deeper into the castle ward.
I love slinkies!
It's mostly like a dark silhouette lit against a backdrop of night, but
Rather edgy of you!
the way that the light's playing off of the nearby roof tiles, you're able to make sense of it. You can't get a true sense of like...
I bink them. Hey, do you see that? There's a figure over there. It looks like a slinky.
You can't get a true sense of like distance from it due to not having dark vision. It's mostly just like the street lights illuminating just enough of it. And before too much more happens, he disappears from sight.
He disappeared from my sight.
Should
Sure you were singing?
Are you saying that to me? I didn't see it, I felt it.
well, okay. Pretty reasonable that they would be
They're
capable
so
of
close
tracking
to
us.
they're so close to the our vehicle, huh? Can't remember what these things are called. The drays.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Oh, I was just like, it's Drow, right? Am I the only one?
This whole time.
Maxine pulls up. She's pulling a drow.
Oh no. She's switched sides. Keep moving, but a little bit more cautiously, trying to spot anyone who's spotting us.
Does anyone remember what the name of the creature is that's like the first level of hell, like what all the people in hell get turned into?
A dretch?
Dretches.
Devil dog.
Every time we say Dre,
Bone devil.
I think of dretches.
I'm very sorry. That changes the aesthetic of Waterdeep a lot.
It really does.
Okay.
When did you learn of these directions?
I don't know. Probably years ago.
You guys keep a lookout on your way back to the estate. Nothing else becomes interactable between
I can't interact with any
Here.
of these buttons, Percy.
here and your designation.
This
Destination.
What is the state of the compound?
So the compound itself, there happens to be a good amount of guards here now that are present. They're pretty much quarantining off the area. As soon as you get within the same block, you are greeted by several guards who are currently halting people from traveling in. And so as you guys approach this, hello.
Yeah.
This area is under active investigation. Please return to other places.
we are part of the investigation.
Well,
We're
specifically,
not part
we
of
are
this case.
wards of Lady Grolhund.
Would you happen to be the Featherdale few?
That is us, yes.
She's
Hey,
expecting you.
so nice hearing our name professionally. That's a good feeling.
Team names is nice, dude.
So nice. I say this out loud.
Carry on.
Thank you kindly. You carry on.
You work out.
I grab Astra by the arm.
Thank you.
Oh, that wasn't a compliment. It was a question.
I wasn't thinking.
It's hard
you.
to tell under all that armor. You're all like the same size. I just can't tell.
It's just like super scrawny guy in bulky armor, like, no. they put me in writing and reading positions.
My sword's a hollow limp noodle because I can't carry the weight.
I mean, if he's carrying armor, he's jacked.
It's paper.
He's jacked.
It's paper.
Okay, so we go in and we walk straight up to the military building.
Ooh. You guys are in the block before the estate, so you have to.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
I say hi to the ducks as we walk by the pond in the front.
Yeah, we're getting up to the estate so that as to enter from the front area.
Yeah. Where there you are beset by not necessarily only the guards of Waterdeep this time, or the City Watch of Waterdeep. You see an intermingling of the Waterdeep Watch talking to the green liveried guards of
I
the
wonder if
estate.
Julie's here.
You see a lot of bloodied guards that are kind of like worn down, and you can actually, this close to it, hear the sounds of injured people on the inside.
This is
Honestly
insane.
impressed that they survived. It was kind of a bloodbath in there. What?
This is where they come to.
That
When
that
he-
is
wait,
true, but I think that
he's gotta
Thule
be-
like exclusively works in the dock ward.
We
Maybe not exclusively.
We only saw people that are currently dead, other than Lady Grolland, right?
We saw one guard rush from the guardhouse area into the building at one point.
Oh, right. The guy,
So
but he
they
didn't
might
see
have
us.
been like, yeah, they might have been like still sort of responding, and that's why they're not all dead.
And at this
It's just
point,
like a standing army.
like-
I'm sure they're not all dead.
you hear a call from inside the compound. Open the gate! This one's critical! And there's a couple alkalites, like wearing like white robes that are just splattered with blood at this point. They have a gurney between them that is carrying one of the servants who is missing their arm.
I've never fucking thought about the medical field in D&D before. In that way.
Yeah.
Really?
There's never. It's always been fucking old school clerics and stuff. Melissa.
I mean, clerics are just like one step away from nurses. You wear like white robes with like your holy symbol emblazoned. If your holy symbol is just a big red cross, like
But like Florence Nightingale, I don't think it never crossed. Like it just that mental gate did not cross as like surgeon. Let's scrub
So that's
in.
kind of how I imagine clerics, like, in these kind of trauma situations, where they're like, it's like a priest who's here to heal you, but they're also kind of like not like a doctor, but kind of like a doctor.
Literally just like cure wounds.
it's probably like literally a triage situation where it's like if the like critical people get sent to the people who have spell slots, and then everyone else is just like trying to make do.
Yeah.
Cure wounds. I will never not.
Yeah.
Oh gosh,
I'm
it's
so
forever
proud.
a defibrillator because like one isn't enough. You gotta roll multiple die to be back to full. You know what I mean? Hosh.
There you go.
D&D's ruined forever.
Carrying on.
Sorry.
So the gurney comes out, and trailing behind them, you see a lightly armored figure, like holding a quarterstaff, with like just bags under his eyes, like almost halfway done. He just looks absolutely exhausted and tapped. Also sporting much of the same blood from the aesthetic of the other two, as they brush by you. Like one of them happens to bump into Percy, and she's like, sorry, and he just keeps hobbling along.
I would give them help if I could.
How does it look like they're handling the situation? How does it look like they're handling the situation so far?
It definitely looks like the idea of the hostile danger has passed, and now they're dealing with the aftermath of the results of the situation.
Do they look short and staffed?
From here outside the gate, it's hard to see. There seems to be about 4 of the City Watch here and 2 of the estate's guards.
I completely disregard all of the healing people and the medical people, and I walk straight up to the estate.
Okay, so
And don't interact with any of them.
you're stopped at the gate because they did not
Okay.
leave it open for you to go through after the gurney
Hello.
came out.
Is there someone manning the gate?
Yeah, they're like one of the City Watch is standing at the gate.
We're wards of Lady Grolland. We have she's expecting us.
Featherdale for you.
Well, we'll send a runner. Somebody should be with you shortly. Nobody's going into the compound with an escort currently due to the dangers involved.
Understandable.
What? So a couple minutes pass, and like a servant who seems to be like helping out with the cleanup, but is very much dirtied under the premise of the amount of blood, and you see soot on him. in this particular instance, comes running up, and like you can see like some of his outfit has been burned and singed away, and he's like, I'm here to escort the Featherdale few to Lady Gotham.
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
That's
three?
us.
Oh, right this way, please.
Thank you very much.
And he gets one of the guards to open the gate.
Mm-hmm.
When you go in, you can see that there's quite a number of the watch present here. You can see about almost a dozen, not quite, gathered in the courtyard where the drow was downed at, and you can see that the groundskeeper that was on the grass, as well as like the gazer that was deleted over here, they've been moved. So there's a lot of activity bustling here, and you are led towards the front gate unless you otherwise interrupt.
No, yeah. I think we just head straight to the front gate. I assume that my shoddy barricade has been probably taken down and is used to.
The doors at this point are actually opened.
Walking straight up, like I said.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to take as little of this guy, this messenger. I want to take as little of his time as possible so that he can like do the rest of the thing.
Also, I have no intention of dealing with anyone other than Lady Grawlhood.
Okay. On the way there, the person is kind of like looking around, just like looking at you guys, like, if you are who I think you are, the word's passing around amongst the servants. You guys, you're responsible for saving some of us. Just thank you for whatever part you had in this. As he like,
Cheers, mate.
Part of the job.
Yeah.
That's what they hire us adventurers for.
if you lost my sister tonight, so just glad it wasn't more.
Sorry, buddy.
We did as much as we could with what we had.
And then so with that, he like walks into the door, and you can see that a lot of the wreckage of the dining table has been like cleared away. There's still a lot of ash in the area, and just so it's kind of like streaking where they drug some of the pieces away. Smell like makeshift, somewhat ornate, not really. It was like, this is the best thing that we could do on such short notice. Table has been put up. You can see a bunch of like letters that have been written and are sitting on the table. There's an ink pot next to it and a chair that's been kind of toppled over, and like a little bit of ways. It's not like thrown, but like pushed back out of frustration, like somebody just stood up abruptly, sort of thing. You
okay?
I just imagine like you walk into a room, there's a table and a chair that's not tucked under the table. You're like, someone got up and they were pissed. Because it's like 2.5 feet further from the table. That's your first assumption. It's just like, well, someone's real angry. No. I'm never not going to tell a story with every chair I see not tucked in. Someone had to. I'm so sorry.
The way that chair is tilted, Robert's in a good mood today.
So the servant asks you
Robert
to
had a craving for cereal. Yeah, I'm so sorry.
So the servant asks you to stay here while he goes and retrieves the lady wherever she's at.
Mm-hmm.
There's a short amount of time with which you can spend before you hear her coming down the steps, if you choose to do anything.
I'll just renew our psychic link.
Okay.
My passive perception's 15. How far can I read these notes away from the table?
The handwriting seems a little bit cramped. You'll have to be over the table to read it.
Yeah, I sit down at the table and I start reading the letters. Nonchalantly.
Okay. With the...
Is there an empty piece of paper? You said there was a quill and a pen.
There's a quill and an ink pot there, amongst a bunch of letters that have been written on. Not that you can see.
There's no blank paper?
Mm-mm.
Okay, never mind. I don't do that. I just stand there, away from the table, nowhere near it, not reading. Wait for her.
Okay. So she comes walking down the stairs in short order. She's a little bit more angry. Upon seeing you guys, she... very noticeably to all of you, seems to be putting on a feigned look of despair
Right.
and
As you do.
sympathy, wanting kind of behavior, and manages to like change her attitude to that of like almost crying, like grieving. Upon her stepping, oh, thank goodness you come back. Please, tell me you have good news.
Unfortunately, not as much.
Well, it's 50-50. Well, as my companion was about to mention, we did take out a number of the drow, however, one of them did escape.
And my pendant?
Do we actually have any indication that her pendant was stolen other than the fact that we specifically were looking for it and thus noticed it was stolen?
No.
I don't remember, like, her saying anything about it.
She never said
I don't
anything
remember if
directly.
I asked her or if I just read the room in that situation. I think I was
Pretty
just
sure you
reading the
just read the
room where it was like, when we got up there, I like made sure to check and see if she like had the pendant still on her and saw that it wasn't there and was like, we got this.
Yeah. Also, when we met her in our first engagement, she didn't.
I give a
mention
questioning look to Percy.
I say we didn't find any valuables. The only thing that I found, I take out, reach into the bag of holding and pull out one of the drow swords that we got off the body. The first or the second drow ran across the first drow and took almost everything. He left the sword, but
Go ahead and make a deception check.
okay.
She is being very inquisitive and a little bit paranoid. How does that found?
You what? 9.
Okay.
Do you have any special abilities that can
No.
assist in the 9? Okay. I wasn't sure if you had like your luck thing left or not.
No, I do still have that, but it's for saving throws and attack rolls.
Well, fortunately, she insight lower. So she was definitely trying to read you guys, and you honestly like the cards are a little bit stacked against her. Like she knows that she didn't tell you guys, and she was just mostly guessing of the hysterics of the situation.
Mm-hmm.
But is definitely like is reaching, right? That was the important thing that she wanted, and so now that it's gone, she's basically trying to sneak that into every conversation in not so subtle manners. So she basically carries on. It was the only thing that I had to remember him by. I need it back.
What is it?
It's a pendant that my husband gave me, and now that he's dead, I really want it back.
Terribly sorry for your loss.
I
What
wasn't
kind of
aware
pendant?
that Senior Grosmund had passed. I use whatever word is appropriate in the
Lord.
section for
Lord Galheem.
Thank you. I could not come up with what the word was supposed to be.
Senor!
Senior Grosmund.
That stupid falcon of his is just screeching, and I don't know where he left the key.
We can possibly try to calm the falcon down, but that's for another time. We
Just and that's pointed by the. It's just in the other room, just coming through the door.
What is the falcon for?
are capable.
It was just a sporting thing. He was picking up falconry.
What does that mean? Is it a pet?
I'm grieving. This isn't appropriate.
I'm just deciding how to deal with your animal.
It's,
More importantly, we can help maybe track down. We chased as long as we could. We lost track around the yawning portal. The drow that we had encountered previously actually mentioned a slight association with the house. Have you had any dealings with them in the past that they would know the layout of the area?
Just know that we were set by some thug who I thought was a friend of the family. He's dead too. So,
I will assure you that we've recently reached out to our contacts and resources and are in the process of tracking down these drow.
See that you do. All I want right now is vengeance and my pendant back. I need it.
What does your pendant look like?
Silver chain has a bauble at the end of it. My initials are written on the chain.
Our initials?
Yeah, my initials.
LG, Lady Gralgoon.
Like a bauble, like a fishing bauble?
No.
I know. I've seen a pendant just like it in the trade ward. We should just go get this random pendant.
I think that there's sentimental value associated.
Sure, I'd love to know what it looks like, so if we saw it, we would know that
A
it's
silver
yours.
chain with a bauble on the end of it that has my initials on the chain. That would be the marker.
It's just the chain.
No,
It has
presumably the rest that's
thing on the
attached
end.
with it.
I understand. Pendants are interchangeable.
It looks like an
is a
orb
word.
with 3 holes in it.
Okay, that's a descriptor.
That'll certainly help in our search. I appreciate that.
Thanks. And I appreciate your expedited behavior towards it. I have other things to attend to.
I'm going to say this out loud, but then maybe rescinded based off of meta discussion. But the manner of our payment, yes, for spending your life in the manor.
I think you should leave. That's a pretty crass thing to do. I did say, yeah, my husband's dead and many servants are dead. Maybe some other time in the future when I'm not going through this process tonight. Huh?
Wait,
We are
have a good
hired
night.
hands, not
wait, did your husband just die?
Her husband just died,
Yes.
as well as many of her servants.
I thought that you literally said.
No, we just what? No.
Husband
Her
just
j-
died.
Her husband just died?
Yeah.
Just died.
That did not come across that way.
Oh, I got it then.
I did not get that as a player or as a character.
She also just lost her
Best
her
hand
her
guy.
best hand guy too.
So
I'm the hand guy.
sorry, I would have played this a little bit different knowing that her husband was just murdered. Sorry. But yeah, no, I would be like, no payment necessary, Ren.
I think at the very least we can continue our investigation and speak at another time.
That would be best. Now, if you really will excuse me, you will find that the front gate has all the exits that you require.
I give her a bow and leave.
Yeah.
I don't do anything crazy.
We did come here for a purpose. It wasn't just to be like, yo, alibi.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right. We want to reestablish our connection with the Growlhounds and potentially do a little bit of work for them to better our standing with them so that we can see if they have any connections and see where they got the nimble right from, etc., etc. That requires bettering our standing with them
That was
first.
definitely not the route I was thinking we were taking.
We could take a different route if you want,
You can
but
totally do the sleuth thing, but you might find it extremely difficult with the amount of people that are on the grounds right now moving around.
what
Yeah,
was
it was
what was
pretty
our
much-
other goal with it?
No, that's the like the goal is to find out what their connection, like how they got the nimble right, basically.
Mhm.
Like they were under the impression that they shouldn't have been able to get such a great discount on these nimble rights. So we're trying to figure out what their connection beyond just like monetary transactional process is.
Right.
I think
And I think that requires getting them out of the complete panic situation first, which like we'll probably be coming back and revisiting them for sure. But like for right now, it was just kind of cover our asses and not be just like ran off in the middle of the night and never came back, so that we have this line of communication still open.
Okay. I was under the impression that we probably wouldn't get that information from them. That'd be information they would never tell us. That we'd have to like get another way. But I think that either way is fine.
Okay. I think we just try to leave as gracefully as possible from there.
I imagine that you in a game you show up to a vendor and they're like, we don't have any weapons of this sort, go see another vendor, and you're just like, but I want to shop from you, and you're just like, go see another vendor, and I'm just like, well, the game is telling us that we can't really like hang out and be a part of this faction right now. Like we can't push her to like, it's like, cool, this is where this plot ends for now, and then we can come back to it.
I think that our social interaction and choices is unfortunately.
I mean, I didn't know that
a hard wall.
Her husband just died.
Yeah.
For one, like as a player,
happens.
didn't know.
Well, she said it.
But like, we also were very clearly given signs that she doesn't give a fuck about the fact that her husband just died. She's putting on a farce that she's actually sad about, and that, like,
Maybe my brain just didn't comprehend any of that situation.
When she was walking down the stairs, she was angry, and then when she saw that she had people there, she put on a look of give me sympathy. I'm grieving.
I don't think it played out how it played out. Like, I don't think going over it, there's no way to change it, you know.
Yeah, just making sure that you got the story this time. So as you guys are trying to leave, very noticeably, her face shifts back into thunderhead clouds of anger and disdain, and she calls in Creed, the servant that apparently took you guys here, and he like rushes in past you as you guys are leaving, and she says, "Make sure that they leave the compound," and hands him a letter as well. Yeah, no problem. Lady go. And he escorts you guys out.
Okay. Does he like open and read the letter right there?
No, he sees it as a message he has to deliver. So as you guys are like walking out of the compound, he actually ends up following you guys for a little bit before he breaks off to one of the side streets. That is provided that you guys immediately walk away. Otherwise, he just walked past you out into the night.
I would
Follow it.
be keen on following this random messenger man, potentially.
Yeah.
You might not recognize a thief if a thief was suddenly a panther.
Yeah, if I could do that.
Don't you summon Prometheus twice?
Yeah.
Colin, we're really spent, dude.
Listen, it's a new session.
You haven't slept in going on your 4th week now.
Wow.
So the thing is,
It's been like 3 or 4. This is the start of the 4th session since you guys had your last long rest. At least.
it's fine. Let's follow him.
I would be keen to. I'm a little bit. Maybe follow him from a reasonable distance.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do our best. Probably like once he like kind of breaks off, we just make our way like down the street a little bit further and duck into an alley, sort of thing.
Your last moments through the estate, and actually mostly as you're passing through the gate, Creed tells you guys thank you once again for saving what you did, doing what you did for the estate. and you also hear you overhear some of the watch consoling some of the other guards from the Grolhund estate. Like, look, it wasn't your fault. Like, these things happen. It's crazy, but it's good that there's so many of you. And there's like the sounds of like their brothers in arms kind of dying in battle that they're really torn up about. And one of them is like openly revolting against something that the Grolhunds did that seemed to have compromised him. Like, you can't quite make out the details as you're going by, but he seems very angry and unconsolable. Something about mistreatment and blah blah blah. So you guys kind of let him take a little bit of a lead to where he feels comfortable that you guys aren't like potentially following him. But you guys are walking down a lit street for the most part. Like, you can see him, every other light. And so at one point, as you guys are going southward, like, he crosses through one light. He's just on the edge of your vision or so. He manages to move forward a little bit, and you guys are kind of used to the pattern of, like, he disappears from the light, he appears in the next light. It's about like a 15-foot gap each time. But on one such of these gaps, he doesn't appear in the next light. As you start closing the distance, you no longer see him in between the lights.
Okay, so we lost his trail.
Not necessarily. Like, as you're getting closer, you can see that there's like a small little side path into an alley that he appears to have ducked into. But as you guys get up to the alley, the two of you that can see in the dark don't see signs of him.
Okay. I'd like for us to check the area to see if he's potentially check for recent activity in the area to see if he actually ducked into a building here, and also kind of try to mentally note where this is in the city.
Okay. Go ahead and give perception checks based on hearing, so you're not at a disadvantage if you don't have the sight.
All of us, or
All of you guys, yeah.
what are you doing? You want to help me roll this?
16.
I will. Ooh. What do you say, perception? 12.
20.
Okay. The two of you hear the soft sound of wood shutting in on itself, like a trap door to a storm cellar. You reckon it it's forward and ahead and off to a right some distance, right? So you're in an alley. There's different breakaways, but you definitely hear a storm shutter closing.
Okay. I think that's, at least for Percy, that's the kind of end of his willingness to push this subject. I don't know about you guys.
I want to see what building the storm
Yeah.
cell is attached to.
Yeah, that for sure. But I'm not following him any further. I think we maybe loop around the front and try to see what building it potentially is.
Yeah.
Okay. So as you guys go a little bit
Flop shop.
as you guys go a little bit further into the alley, you see kind of a persuasive looking the part beggar just kind of sitting next to a slanted door that has these thick kind of bar shut across it now. Okay. And as you guys are getting closer, you hear a soft clink of a locking mechanism shutting on the underside of it. The beggar is staring at you guys as you walk across and take note of where this trap door is. Mm-hmm. Do you interact with them in any way before you keep proceeding and go around to the front?
I think that's a guard.
Right.
I don't think that's
I don't have any intention of interacting with,
or trying to give notice that you're.
That's
you're
what I
looking at
say
this trap
to
door.
you in your brain. I think that's a guard.
Mm-hmm. I think we just feign ignorance. Keep moving.
Yeah.
Okay. As you guys pass, he just spits on the ground as you guys are walking.
Definitely a guard.
I pretend to be overly disgusted and try to make my nonverbals seem very uncomfortable and just ugh.
You just hear a small
Can you roll me a performance?
Oh. You hear a small gruff laugh as he enjoys the fact that it got under your skin.
12.
Oh no, I saw straight through it. Never mind.
You notice specifically, like, Percy drops his accent when he's doing it.
Ugh.
Posh Percy.
Oh, I do not like this. What?
As you guys wrap around the front, finding an exit to the alley, you go back and you count the houses on the way back down, and you realize that he entered in the backside of, or I guess the underside, really, of what appears to be like a smoke shop from out front.
Okay. Do we kind of have a general idea of what this place is and where it's located? Like, could we, during the day, make it back?
Yeah, you see it like a storefront sign that says tabs to back.
Cool. I don't have any pens. Is there a pen over there?
Tabs to back. The back seat.
Tobacco. The wacky tobacco.
Okay, cool.
The tabby tobacco.
That is all that
Tabby my life.
I needed out of this. I'm ready to go fucking sleep.
Go sleep. This late in the morning, it's probably gonna be noon before you get the recovery of a full rest, just for timekeeping.
I think we might need a shopping/reset day.
Yeah. So you guys make your way back to Three Feathers Up.
Yes.
Go ahead and give me. Actually, you don't gotta give me. Once again, Astra sees that silhouetted figure against a rooftop as it travels across one of the street lights. It just barely
Tell you
reaches up.
both.
Okay.
There's a street lamp that's following us.
A street lamp that's following us.
It has a figure next to it. There's always a lamp. Pretty sure that lamp wasn't there before.
Still being followed?
You guys alter your direction home?
Oh, we haven't made it home yet?
Where are we going?
You're on your way home. You're in the North Ward. You're literally several blocks away from Three Feathers Up.
I mean, we could go, like, rent a room or something, but we're probably safer at home than we are at, like, a random inn.
We
The
could
other
try.
thought was like hanging out in some Harper safe house somewhere.
We could try and ditch them. Be sneaky, try and ditch them, then make our way back.
Up to y'all.
I don't know. We didn't work out, like, a safe house thing, but agreed that we would have some amount of protection from the Harpers
Yes,
in the immediacy.
Mert said he would definitely be able to give you guys protection of ambiguous nature, but protection of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't think like he's suggesting that an avatar of a celestial being like plops down in front of you every time that you get, threatened, critically endangered. It's probably a little bit more pronounced than that, or is protection in
More
other ways.
pronounced?
More pronounced than that. It comes from a more understandable source.
I think that
Hi, welcome to Walmart.
most likely because the Harpers know where we are intending to spend our night, which would be our place. I think that's probably our safest bet currently.
Oh, sure, I'm fine with that.
I mean, this could even potentially be a Harper lookout.
Or the drow that got away.
Or the drow that got away.
Okay.
I mean, if it's the
How do
drow
you
that
wanna
got
treat
away,
it?
then he's bringing his guns right back to us.
What do you guys want to do?
I'm fine.
I say Harper lookout, or we lose him, and then make our way back to Three Feathers Up.
Okay. We try to lose our
Drop-
pursuer.
Drop into the sewers. Make our
I
way.
do not want to drop into the sewers.
Make our way back to the Xanathar underground hideout. Fight through the Xanathar.
Fight through the
Be friends
venom
with the
dart
frogs.
Okay, so give me stealth checks. It's a party.
$15.
Slash if you have any level 2 spells left and you're about to sleep, you could pass without a trace.
21. I don't have pass without a trace prepped.
9.
Ah, the sleuthy one is no sleuthy.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. Some people's magics are tapped and some people's
Ability to give a crap.
yeah. Also, you're no longer poisoned, not that that's super relevant anymore, but the hour for which you were poisoned is passed.
The hour for which you have been poisoned has passed. I mean, yeah, that's real life.
He's been through a lot tonight.
Even if we know that we fail it, do we still go home anyways?
You don't know that you failed.
Yeah, so we go home
Our
anyways.
intention is to lose the lead and then go home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you guys kind of take a very obtuse way home that involves a couple rounds of backtracking and dodging down paths that you wouldn't think would be predictable by the entity that seems to be watching you. It takes you significantly longer than it would to be have just walked several streets over back to your home. But by the time that you guys get there, you haven't seen this man for a good 15 or 20 minutes. So you're as content as you can be on the situation before walking up the steps of Three Feathers Up.
I think that if, hopefully we lost it if it is a hostile pursuer, because we wouldn't really be able to, like, nowhere else would be as safe, or if it is a member of the Harpers and we happen to lose them, 1, get a better member of the Harpers, and 2, they know where we live, so.
I imagine that just about anyone that wants to knows where we live.
It's not that hard.
Registered with the city now.
Yep.
Our names are on the books.
Okay, are we greeted by anything when we get home?
Are you going straight to the second floor for sleeping quarters?
Yeah.
I'll
think
check
so.
the first.
Okay. Just make sure that.
Move down there.
What do you say to me before?
I don't say anything.
You know, Percy doesn't. I'm going to check the first floor. And
Percy probably just comes with you to check the first floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Liff is just kind of cleaning a mug. One of the children is like sleeping behind the bar.
Okay. I put them in the cellar and locked them in there.
No.
I thought about it. It's big enough. It's bigger than my childhood room was. Real cool.
Yeah.
How do you take care of your kids? Oh, I locked them in the cellar of my bar with a ghost.
Yeah.
When needs must arise, yes.
I pick up this. Where's the other child?
Probably in like the sleeping quarters that you guys gave him.
Take him to bed. The door.
Yeah. Yeah, let's take him to bed.
Yep.
Which is upstairs in the second floor, right?
Wherever you guys gave them cots.
Yeah, upstairs. For those. So
Okay.
I picked said child up, and then I'm like, Percy.
Oh, look at me, dude.
You guys are going.
They're getting older.
Oh,
They're getting
gosh.
bigger. It's been but only a few weeks, and it seems like they're already grown 2 feet.
As you guys go up the stairs, you hear a very familiar voice knocking on your bar entry downstairs. Guys, the other one tossed me out for the night. Can I get a topper, a nightcapper? Guys?
Not tonight.
Yeah,
No,
we're walking out the front door and just.
You mean the back door? We don't even have to. We don't have to. We can just go up the fucking stairs now. Because they're interior stairs.
We do that then.
This continues on for a couple minutes until he suddenly
Understandable.
has like a scream. Oh God! Don't face through the door like that! Jesus! What? Sure. And that's the only bit of conversation that you hear from that interaction.
You got this. Finn. All right. We put the child Lift to bed, and we put.
The child baby version of Lift the Ghost is cradled in your arms and put to bed.
It's been a week.
No, I was corrected, so I had to immediately say the word that I was corrected on. But yeah, we put the kid to bed and we go to bed.
Okay. Night passes.
Sorry guys, that's it. We're going to bed.
You have become level 4. You are full healed. You've got all your spells and materials and mechanics back.
Yeet. Level up.
What a night and day.
Day and night. Whoop whoop.
Ta-da!
Have yourself a long rest.
Did we? I'm pretty sure I did. Let me make sure. Do you hear me? I want to make sure that I fed them.
Okay.
Are you hungry? Oh goodness, I don't know.
They've gotten practiced at making that face.
It looks sharp. I'm sure I fed them.
You need like special bowls that like tell you if you fed your dogs or not.
So Percy is gaining the lucky feat.
Lucky?
Lucky, and is using the 4th level sorcerer ability to swap his quicken spell for twin spell, and then figuring out spell list. I think that I've currently got it. And got guidance. The guidance is back.
Hit level 4 and gets only one thing, and that's a feat. And you're mobile. And a slight rework of class features. It's the new book content is out.
Mobile man.
Astra
My-
has a dream.
Daggers went from range of 30 feet to 60 feet.
Hey, infinite feet.
60.
Infinite.
60 feet.
Infinite
I
as
think
long
the
as it's
worst-
within 60 feet.
I think the worst part about that too is that I'm pretty sure there's somewhere that like explicitly defines that if something doesn't have two ranges, it's just like that's the max range. Like I think there are other things in D&D that work like that. Like,
Infinite.
I don't know who's coming up with this infinite range crap, but it is not real.
Infinite feet.
If I make my daggers shaped like feet, I can have infinite feet.
True. You weird ass dagger though. Daggers.
Weird foot dagger. Weird foot dagger.
I grew up in a monastery where the only martial art that was allowed was kicking, but I was really into punching, so I learned how to grow psychic feet out of my fists.
I just put my feet on my hands and my hands on my feet.
Wait, when you summon a foot dagger, does it look like a hoof or a human foot?
Isn't that the greatest question of all
Finn
time?
wears pants.
Or is it a human foot where all the toes are tiny little hoofs?
Does he wear pants like this or wear pants like this?
Oh,
Okay. What's Astra doing?
Level 4, get a little bit tankier. Good to prepare some more spells. Had a dream about a laughing cauldron. May wake up different, may not. We'll see in a few episodes.
oh.
Oh. What feat or ASI did you end up picking?
So it's not, it was the other one.
Oh,
that we
the
don't have the book.
telekinesis one.
Telekinesis.
Telekinesis.
Cool. I believe I
And-
have that sent to you.
It's yeah.
I can pull it.
So now you can move things with your mind.
Cool.
I'll have to go pull it up
I got you.
because it's not on D&D Beyond because we don't have the book on.
What do we
I'll
this?
find the book.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's in the feet section of that thing.
but I can't put it on my actual character sheet because it's not on the thing.
Yeah, you converted it as a custom thing, right?
So yes and no.
Sent it to you in the textular format.
Thank you.
What does it do again?
Here you go.
Telekinetic. You learn to move things with your mind, granting you the following benefits. Increase your intelligence, wisdom, or charisma score by 1 to a maximum of 20. You learn the Mage Hand cantrip, and can cast it without verbal or semantic components. You can make the spectral hand invisible. If you already know this spell, its range increases by 30 feet when you cast it. Its spellcasting ability is the ability increased by this feat. As a bonus action, you can try to telekinetically shove one creature within 30 feet of you. When you do so, the target must succeed on a strength throw on your ability modifier, or be moved 5 feet toward or away from you. The creature can willingly fail this save.
Okay.
So you can be a telepathic bully.
Bully. Okay. Neat.
Alright. We wake up and we go shopping.
Alright. What are you shopping for?
I don't know, team. What are we shopping for?
Buy HP potions and healers kits.
Yes.
We find plenty of them.
Yes, specifically, it's because it's like 5 charges per healer's kit, or is it 10 charges per healer's kit?
It's fine.
5. So I get 2. For me personally, I get 2 health potions and 2 healer's kits for a total of 10 charges.
Yep. I am going to be buying the same.
Oh, it has 10 uses.
Oh, I think I still buy 2.
I will just
I have a
buy
bag of holding. It's not that big a deal.
I will just buy one.
Okay.
Do you have the cost for that?
It
on
is
hand right
5 gold pieces per healer's kit.
now?
That's totally fine.
Minus.
And then every healing potion you buy is 40 after your discount with the Heart of Steel. You can also choose to buy the next level up of healer potions too, if you wish.
I don't think I really need to, but I appreciate that ability to do that.
You
What-
think I had something in mind to purchase. Don't really remember what it was. Is it better lockpicking kits?
Please get better lockpicking tools. They give you like +1.
Hopefully more than +1.
Well, there are Thieves Toolkits +1. They are 1,400 gold.
Never mind then.
They are.
That's not worth it in the slightest.
I think the ones you already have are kind of the best of the best until they become magical.
Yeah.
There was something else that we had to make sure we bought, right?
I'm gonna buy 2 potions of healing.
Yeah.
And you have a greater. You said greater potion.
Yeah, they're greater potions. You can actually. They're running a sale right now, if you will. They're 150 GP each, or dragons each. They are 44 plus 4. 4d4 plus 4 healing instead of the 2d4 plus 2.
And what is it?
Greater healing potion?
Yeah, it's 150.
150 dragons instead of the 40 for the lower one.
I'm gonna buy one of those.
Oh,
And I'm gonna buy one potion of healing also.
Okay, so that's 190 plus 5 for every healer's kit that you buy.
Cool. I'm mad because I feel like there was like at least one other thing that we really wanted to remember, but
I may be picking up something
A ladder.
from the like generic player's handbook non-magical items list that I'll probably look at during our intermission.
Okay.
I don't know what that is. I want to look through the list and not spend a lot of time on it. So
Sure.
I might come back to that.
should be good for now.
Fair enough.
I mean, the thing is, I've been looking at this stuff for a while.
You bought one greater and one lower. How many?
I bought 2 regular HP potions and a healer's kit.
Okay.
2 regular potions and 2 healer's kits.
Okay. They are out of healing potion stock at the moment.
What?
With the 5 healing potions that were bought.
Understand.
There are
Have
more.
a nice day.
There are more greater healing potions available.
I was like, I bought a healer's kit and a greater potion
Mm-hmm.
and a potion of healing.
Yeah, they only had 5 of the healing potions
This is how many we bought. So we're
Yeah.
good.
that are discounted. You could go to another shop that you probably don't have Harper discounts at and find them.
Understand.
I do want some other stuff, but I agree with Colin. I'm gonna look at the list.
Yeah, if it's in the regular handbook, you guys can purchase that over there.
No, fucking quill and pen and ink and paper. I needed. I have not that.
You indeed have not that.
How much is a forgery kit? I don't actually want to forge anything, but
I think those
it
are
would
50
come,
gold.
I think it would come with all the stuff I would ever need.
And then some, yeah. It's 50 gold. It's
50 gold? How much is a regular fucking pen?
Real cheap.
cheap in comparison. I think the ink is the expensive part, the ink and paper.
You could buy like ink and pen and paper and stuff for
Copper.
very cheap, not copper level.
Yeah.
It's more like a couple of gold.
Ink is 10 gold.
Never mind, I don't know how to write.
That works.
I'll steal it next time I'm in someone's house.
And parchment writing paper is
I really will.
like 1 gold for 5 sheets, so like 2 silver.
Don't put it past me. They'll just let
I
me borrow
completely
it.
believe you.
They
10 gold
want
or
me to
cheap.
have it.
What if you used your poison making skills and alchemy skills
To make money?
Make your own ink,
Or you can just borrow not one of his psychic daggers because they don't leave marks, but you could
or instead of
take a
ink, just
dagger
use
and
charcoal.
use blood.
Like charcoal sticks, and those are like dirt cheap.
Or
Only fancy rich people use pens and ink.
I could just
And
take
mages.
the blood of the children.
Also good.
That's free.
Please don't.
What about the blood of your plants?
That's clear.
Depends on which plant.
Most plants.
Just get the right plant.
Alright, we gotta find a plant now.
Okay.
We're
Turn
going
your
to
plants
the
into
plant.
charcoal.
You going to what?
I'm going to talk to the plant people.
I think the only other things that I needed to do, as far as like lifestyle maintenance and whatnot, was we need to stop by a guardhouse and explain our things breaking, and because we have a writ of that, we need to touch base on that, and we also
Or peace cords.
our peace cords.
Yeah.
You want to just not?
I mean, that was my kind of feeling of that situation was the like, when it comes up, and then,
Sure.
but I don't know. Like, if we're worried about it, we can go do that. It's just like, if we do that, they're just gonna go back and find your stuff again.
I mean, potentially, yeah. But you know, good faith and all that.
The order was also dated, right? So
Mm-hmm.
it would look kind of sus if like 2 weeks later, hey, our cord's broke, and you have a thing that was signed 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look so honest.
Yeah, if they like, if they,
we think of us as honest people, but yeah.
I'm honest.
I mean, we very much like, for the most part, play by the rules. as far as the law goes.
Screw the rules. Screw
Okay,
it all.
you can say screw the rules. I'm gonna go get my Peace Corps verified.
10% of a grand
My Peace
treasure
Corps
to
didn't
go
break,
after.
right?
We don't have time for
My
rules.
Peace Corps didn't break.
I don't think you broke your Peace Corps,
No, I
did you?
didn't.
Yours
they
are
didn't
all,
bind
like,
her-
somehow weirdly caveated so that you can do whatever you want. without
She's
breaking.
not an arcane caster and also uses a staff instead of an actual weapon.
You use Thorn Whip to attack people. That's all I'm saying.
It's an actual weapon.
Oh, I think Thornwood.
She also cast the Scorching Ray at people.
Oh yeah. So yours
Who
is broken
murdered
for
a bunch
sure.
of drow.
I guess I'll go
definitely.
turn it in.
That one also
I'll
cracked.
do that with you.
I forgot. She suddenly became non-cantrip lady for an episode.
Yeah, she did. It was very terrifying.
Yeah, she blew up a room.
So yeah, I do that, and I also want to go talk to the House of the Inspired Hands and see if I can possibly purchase or requisition that bola or some kind of movement impairing
Net
thing
gun.
that I can load into my crossbow potentially,
Okay.
and see if that sparks any of their interests.
That's what it was. It's a freaking net gun.
Okay. And just for clarity, because it was kind of like mixed and matched earlier, which maybe you intended to do, the other app, the venue, as you called it, towards the three things. So there's investigating the Gralhund Manor, there's going to Captain Zord's ship, and investigating the Nimble Right and the other connections, and then there's also investigating the temple, or talking to the Temple of Mistra.
Right. Yeah.
For the Nimble Right.
I got that mixed up with the Inspired Hand because I remember they also had one.
Okay, cool. Yes, you can definitely do that.
Cool.
You open up to the familiar kind of like, not quite cathedral entrance, but the open museum floor of the different inspired contraptions, where upon you see that they're doing some kind of little festivity of sorts. They're definitely like having some kind of like open floor where a bunch of the inventors are on the floor, like in almost in like a roundabout kind of way, and are all shouting at each other. There's like a cacophonous kind of like audience going on right now, and several like holding up like different inventions and stuff like that and shouting at each other. It's really loud for a bunch of nerds that are talking about their inventions.
Have you ever been to anywhere?
Yeah. Very animated.
Any market,
It's the Akon.
any.
It's Friday Night Magic, actually.
Several 7-year-old inventors are yelling at them, "You don't know what you're doing!"
I mean, I probably try to find that lady who had the stutter, whose name Percy remembers, because he's very.
I too remember from the last time that we did
Lindsay,
this.
Isola.
Nope, definitely not. We've never met anyone named that in my entire life.
Cheese Tower.
Okay, here's the House of the Inspired Hand. There's Dalakar. There's the questions that we asked.
Valletta.
Aha! You did it. I totally didn't write that down anywhere. I'd probably go to Valletta and well, I guess I have multiple levels of news for her, because we've confirmed that the other Nimblewright has been dismantled, and that actually 3 other Nimblewrights have been dismantled. I have learned since the last time we talked. Valletta.
Okay. You see her kind of like in the center of a throng of these people that are like shouting around her, and she's currently like spacing them apart. Her eyes are just kind of like rolled up, and she's just agitated with the scenario. And you could just see like little puffs of like dark smoke exhaling from her nostrils. As a reminder, she's a dragonborn.
Yeah. Valletta, you seem a little busy. Do you need a hand, or?
Stop! I will be right back. We can continue our discussions then. Not a word. Thank you. And just that little bubble that they were standing in is just completely silent. The floor around you continues to rage on, essentially. And she exits and the crowd parts before her. And like one of those gnomes like, you better not take our arbitrator for very long. You send her back promptly, you hear? We are in the middle of an important discussion. And he just kind of like, silence.
It's literally like a
belong.
fucking bubble maker that they're arguing over.
Yeah.
I want a neck.
And like as she walks out, she just sighs like, oh, patent claims are so just dribble.
Busy day.
Yes, it is. Everybody's claiming to get their inventions kind of like stamped, if you will, with their intellectual property owners.
Right. I imagine a lot of stamps go into a single large-scale invention.
Stamp? Did somebody call stamp? How to?
Well, I wanted to bring you news that we have reached the end of the portion of our investigation where we're hunting Nimblewrights, at least for now. We found the one that was responsible, and along with one that another temple has and one that a private citizen has, there's 3 others that have been dismantled in the city at this point. So seems like they're not necessarily long for the world. And
So as you're explaining this to her, you start to see like familiar clothing that was in that bubble start to like appear around you. Like they're just casually shifting over. Their backs are turned to you guys though, as to like, oh, we're totally not like getting closer. And as your discourse with her continues, you start hearing murmuring rise up in the bubble. Once you are now in the bubble and they have begun their deliberations.
I definitely start giving the explanation, and then I'm kind of like, yeah, and anyway, I think that I just like kind of start slowly picking up the pace as I see the impending tide.
And you find yourself like subconsciously like having to raise your voice as the level of the volume in the area starts to gradually rise. As they start off as whispers like, this is my design, not yours. You gotta wait your turn. Next year, jump. And like, and it just gradually builds before he has to like, perhaps we continue this somewhere a little bit less glamorous.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds great.
Let's go to my study. Now you look, you messed up. You need to go find another arbitrator. I just can't right now. I have business to attend to. And she like bows her way out of this group of like clamoring inventors trying to get their patents, and leads you guys to her office on the 2nd floor.
They seem like the type to organize the occasional robo rally, build an invention, have it fight everyone else's inventions, and like stand around and yell in a circle around them kind of group.
You have met the Robo Battle Holiday too. Perhaps you should attend in the next month. We have some participants already ready. And
What makes it different from Robo Rally 1?
Rules disputes got
rules
patched.
disputes. It's the different version. This one, you're allowed 5 minutes and 2 seconds of prep time. 5 minutes was clearly not enough. It always comes down to the last few seconds.
Oh man, they buffed prep time?
Yeah, buff prep time.
Yeah, I was going to make a witty comment, but I think I'll just pass.
Oh, you don't say. Witty for the inventors? We love to eat it.
Doesn't make it any better.
So you guys like move into this office on the 2nd floor, and she shuts the door. There's just a buzz of noise outside. Okay, you were saying Nimblewrights dismantled.
Yeah, we found the one that we were looking for specifically, and found that another couple have been dismantled in the city. Wanted to just let you know. Most importantly, there was actually something that I was wondering. I ran into a situation in our last encounter where I was unable to slow down a fleeing adversary. I was wondering if there was anything that the House of Inspired Hand could do along the lines of like I take out my crossbow and like something that I could use potentially to slow someone down or stop them as they're trying to run away. I find myself how do I word this? I find myself using my magical abilities for other means and fall back on the practical pretty often.
Yeah, I think we have somebody who deals with like the crossbow kind of architecture. You could probably talk to him and work something out. He might have some ideas.
That would be wonderful.
So think like the doorway to her study has that frosted pane kind of glass look, and very like quickly a dark silhouette in front of it appears as she goes to open the door, and when she opens it, you just see Nim standing there, like peeking in.
Oh, hey, it's Nim.
The last remaining of his kind.
The last nimble, right?
Nim, the last nimble right. I'll be about you one day, Nim.
Now, Nim. We will talk about your inventions that should be patented. Here, you remember these three. Anyways, I need to go take them to Tilly. And Tilly. And that'll
What?
be the inventor, Tilly.
With an eye.
Yes, with an eye. You know him?
He has 2 eyes.
Does he? Oh, right.
Sure he does.
Possibly 3.
He does.
We wouldn't know until.
I think she's thinking about somebody else.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we can go visit him today.
Nim, I will be with you in just a minute, and I also have that other group down there to make sure that they had another arbitrator. I promise I'll be. And like you can see, Nim's like shortened like sign language that he shows is like just going off, and he's like very stoic. But if you had to put a sense to the machinations of it, like, more drama. It is a dramatic for the House of the Inspired Hands.
They tried to steal my patent. They said, just because I don't have a soul, I can't patent anything. I don't think that's fair.
So she like overlooks, and she calls out Tilly, like she overlooks the floor from below, and it's just like, Tilly! And you see like this raucous like gnome who has hair that he's not a bush. Think like a half-sized Cousin It, with just like hair that's just flowing everywhere. Yeah. And he like looks up and peers back, and you just see these big freaking bifocals on him. He's like, "You calling me?"
I know the type.
Tilly?
She's like, you might have some people to work and bounce some things off of. Customers!
Is that an animal?
I mean,
I've never seen something like that before.
He's just unkempt and uncouth.
He doesn't seem much far off from one, yes?
Would you like to come up here? The noise down there, it makes business very hard. Yeah, I'll be up here.
Have you ever met a sheep man?
Yes.
Let me just get my patent thing.
No. No, not at all.
He'll be with you momentarily.
We got the day off.
Then I'll leave you guys up here.
Much more. Well, never mind.
Yeah, we hang out. I make sure that we don't make ourselves too comfortable, but we are comfortable.
As soon as we start having conversation, I'm disappointed. Noticeably.
In about 15 to 20 minutes or so, you hear short little.
Wait, that's how long he takes to get up there?
Well, yeah, he said he was dealing with a patent.
I get bored.
I get bored in 3 minutes and immediately I want to go look at some of these inventions.
You see a bunch of stuff that's in disarray. You see a lot of roping contraptions. You see a lot of tools that are just strewn about. You literally see like names that have been written onto the tools that are on like mixed and mingled on different benches.
If I cast Detect Magic, can people hear it? Because the disarray.
Technically, if they were within earshot, they could hear it. Would they would even notice though? Probably not. No, if that's what you're going for.
I cast Detect Magic.
Okay.
Visually.
Okay. You have the time.
The easiest way to keep Astra busy for 20 minutes. Get her to detect magic, and then like whip out like a cute squirrel or something so that she has to cast Speak with Animals.
Meanwhile, Rox is just outside the window, chittering at you. Detect magic goes off. There's bits and bobbles. Like you see a lot of illusory things. You see like a few like rods that look that are shining with divination magic. You see a lot of tools themselves that have been blessed with some kind of magic. Most of it seeming to be around a durability kind of aspect where they don't break or bend. Or protect the things that they're working with, sort of ordeal. Like as you're in the middle of like looking at a tool set that seems to be like magical and interest to you, you hear it behind you, and upon turning around, you see the mound of hair. Yeah, I can't say staring at you, but you get the feeling that it's wanting your attention.
It's actually just fucking like it's like Edna from The Incredibles, but like the dropout but still brilliant brother of Edna.
I'm just like kind of imagining Carl from Jimmy Neutron, but instead of like big body, small hair, it's like small body, big hair.
Heimerdinger.
You can see it's mostly gray peppered hair, but there's some streaks of like browns in it.
What you got?
What'd you say? And you see like hands like pop outside the hair, grab the front of the hair, and like pull to the side. And you see it just long beard that is also on floor.
Is my detect magic on?
Yeah, I was describing the things that you found with the detect magic.
Yeah, I just didn't know if there was like something magical about him.
Nope.
Oh.
Just a gnome.
Oh. Somehow I missed the fact that he was a gnome and all.
Hi, hello. Yeah, you wanted to speak to me about the business.
Wait,
not the business, I hope, but
me.
the shit's nasty.
No.
That would be me.
Oh, yes. Are you sure it's not you, you pretty lady? Perhaps, after this patented business, I can show you the best place for the known eateries.
I'm so busy. I'm so sorry.
Oh, perhaps some other time then.
Oh, man.
Yes, some other time.
Oh, God.
Gems on a plate. Gnomes eat rocks, right?
Oh my God.
The hair bobbles its way over to you. How do you do? My name is Tilly. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Tilly. My name's Percy.
Really tells me how much I don't know anything about gnomes. So I'm like, I don't know. Do they eat rocks? I
think there's some universe where gnomes eat rocks. I just don't remember what one it is.
I need the Mr. Rex YouTube video about gnomes ASAP.
Well, I sort of give him the rundown of I tend to fall back on my crossbow a lot, but I don't really have any way of like preventing someone from just running away apart from shooting them to kill them. Is there anything that, or even a crossbow-like thing that he could possibly whip up that?
Yeah. I think I know. They make these weighted nets. You see, it's a little bit encumbrant to use. Well, even for the taller people, the people don't have such glorious hair. But for me, it would be impossible. And so, some time ago, I thought, those cats that they pick up your stuff and they run off with it. If you had maybe less of a net, more like a string attached between two weights, or something to that effect, you can rotate it around some kind of pivotal center, and you throw it. The string, the centripetal force of it going would wrap around the animal, and the whirring noises would have to, that's a given, and it would clap, and it would tie the creature and it would restrain it and it would fall over, something like that. But those actually have a name. Those are called bolas.
Okay.
Yeah. So that wasn't my invention. My invention was to then transfer that into some kind of kind of like your crossbow, different.
Like a ballista.
Right.
Well, no, ballistas are cool. I really love ballistas, actually. Oh, you could launch a really large bullet. Who would you tie up with that? A giant. Trolls, yes. I should speak to the city guard. We could get ballistas with bolas. And they take out the flying things. Oh my gosh, we could take out dragons with it.
For sure.
Anti-dragon bola ballista.
Anti-dragon bolas. I love that idea.
I should go patent that. That's intellectual property.
For now.
Right.
The
Sorry.
one that we have.
So
that's on the house.
So I heard on the house. I'll take it. So some kind of contraption that's kind of like a crossbow. It shoots modified bullet is a little bit more weighted. Can travel a little bit further with the inertia. Just as potent. I think I can help
For
out with
people
it.
without the strength to throw a bola.
Yeah.
I am not much of a thrower.
Right.
Honestly, neither am I.
Does it take a lot to throw a bola?
I mean, no.
I just think
Accurately
the more stronger you are, the more better your bola. But what if you were to just bypass that entire process?
But also, like, I'm very technically probably just as good at most throwing things as I am with a crossbow, but, like, let's do the crossbow.
So,
What's
I
your
have a
dex
question.
bonus?
How
My dex
many
is only
bolas
plus 2,
can
but,
you
like,
carry at
crossbow,
once?
I guess I would lose proficiency.
What do you say?
How many bolas can you do? How much does a bola weigh? Like, how
That's
many
what
can you carry
we're
at once?
here to find out.
I mean,
Well, a
what if you just
traditional
had like
bola.
a really big bola?
What if you just had like a bunch and you labeled them like A, B, C, and then you just threw them and you're like, there's an A.
And then Ebola.
There we go. Okay, I was looking for the punchline. Thank you.
I'm very sorry for cutting you off, but
We don't have time to go through A through D bolas.
Debola.
I mean, the thing is, Fabola.
So he continues on. He's like, yeah,
Fabola.
we can modify. We can take a standard crossbow. We can move the contraption, build a different mechanism arm. This one kind of ammunition. I mean, you'd have to load it yourself. But
How
that, of
long
course.
before it's ready?
Well, if you bring me a crossbow, I can set to modifying it. Maybe a couple days or something. Maybe something sooner.
I can get you a fresh crossbow today.
Oh, perfect. Yes. And he clearly forgets that you guys all exist. And he's just sitting in thought and kind of like wanders over to a table. He starts picking up tools and like looking at them and setting them back down. Oh, well, this could be so good. Yes. Okay. I see how it is.
Happy to inspire.
In the meantime, some point during our shopping trip, I'm just gonna go to like the section where they sell stuff to bounty hunters and find like a weighted net.
A net.
Do I find anything that particularly looks natural or druidic in this invention, or nature-based in this invention hole?
Most things here are made of processed materials.
Yeah, but is there something that isn't? Is there a naturalist in here?
There's probably an eccentric category of them somewhere, yeah.
And what about like plant-based things? Is there anything that like, hey, this is an irrigation system that does itself?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah, those are probably most of the theoretical department, like that thing. Like, so the naturalist mindset is less about what the inspired hands are about. They'd be taking stuff, obviously, that was natural at one point and changing it into something that they invented.
Boo! Y'all are missing a big section.
That's for the magic people.
I could
We
see
are
a situation
magicians.
where like the botanist guild hires the House of the Inspired Hand to come up with a more efficient irrigation system.
Yeah.
But I also could see the House of the Inspired Hand not doing any of that kind of stuff unless they got specifically asked.
Boo! When's the magic
I want
show?
a cool crossbow.
Ooh, can
You will need to purchase a hand crossbow for this.
Okay, cool.
I want the net to have like.
How
I don't
much
want
is
the net
hand
to have
crossbow?
spikes on it. I wanted the net to have spikes on it, but I don't want the net.
I want the net to be like
Mhm.
blacker than black can be. Like the darkest black.
Bantha black.
What if it's like coated in a sleep poison?
What if it's
Wait,
got,
you can make a sleep. You're a poisoner. You could make a sleep poison, and I could put it on the net, and I could throw it on people. And then they
Oh,
could
you're
get sleep
talking
poison.
about your net, not this one's net.
Well, he's getting a bola gun.
Okay.
We gotta work together. He gets the cool bola gun, and I'm just gonna get a regular net.
This is just an oversized one of those rubber band guns.
Yes. But his will be real cool and effective.
You know those
And mine
ones
will just be a
you
net.
could cock it back. Do you know what I'm talking about? The ones that used to cock back.
Yeah.
Those bandage guys. Okay,
Yeah,
they
something
got.
like that.
So you
Oh,
can preload like 6, and
Yeah,
there's like
you know,
6
maybe.
of them.
It's like one of those bows that fires like 3 arrows.
Eeeeee. I'm excited.
Wise.
I'm excited to watch you fiddle with that thing.
Are you
And crossbow. 75 gold.
gonna make poisons? You got like a whole proficiency for it, and you got a garden to make poisonous plants.
So
I want you
in 2
some
days
poison.
when you return, it is a crossbow that's been expanded slightly. It's like it's made of thicker materials because the projectile is going to be heavier, and so it has to be able to withstand throwing that amount of inertia around. It will take an action to fire. It has the reload properties. It uses special ammunition that you'll have to keep track of.
Yeah.
They can't be purchased in mass because the inventor creates them essentially.
Right.
It comes with a standard set of 4.
Okay.
They deal 1d4 damage. They do not have a damage modifier on them.
Okay.
They can be shot at a range of 30/120, just like a hand crossbow. So they're accurate up to 30 feet,
Cool.
and then less accurate afterwards. They will impose a DC 14 ability to trip and restrain the opponent. That is strength based. Actually, I probably need to think about that one a little bit more. Yeah,
That works.
we'll start with that.
Cool. TP turn.
And then it will take them an action to undo the bola with probably a more difficult check. I'll think on that mechanic more probably during break.
Cool.
Makes sense.
That is the extent of what I'm intending to do today.
In the middle of this convention hall, when you're looking at all these like cool things,
Yeah.
and you turn to me and you're like, "Sure, you ever gonna make poisons?"
Yeah.
And maybe, probably, I want to. I just haven't put enough time.
Just do it! Go out there and do it!
Literally, no one around you even notices.
Shia LaBeouf bursts through the window and starts shouting and pointing at you.
Yeah, I mean,
Believe
I want to. It's just, it requires us being at home. We don't do that very often currently.
Don't.
Right, and you just wanted a net.
I want a weighted net made out of not net material.
Okay, so you want more like a reinforced net.
Yeah, something they can't just be like cut through it with a dagger.
I mean, you
Okay.
technically can't cut through it with a dagger.
You deal 5 slashing damage, AC 10, and it cuts the net.
Yeah. Dagger's still piercing damage.
Oh, very true.
That is
So you buy a
both
net.
incredibly niche and also unrealistic.
How do you guys hung out with Doomer for as long as you have?
There you go. You can have inspiration from the House of Inspired Man for understanding that. All right, so you buy a normal net. You can't cut through it with a
You're
dagger.
giving inspiration. I mean, I'm not upset that you're giving him inspiration. In fact, I believe that it is right that you give him inspiration. However, you're giving inspiration for that. Give out more inspiration.
So yeah, you can buy a weighted net that's going to be of a different material.
Yeah, I want to spend 200 gold on a fancy net.
You want a blinged net.
No, I want it to be effective. I want to go to the Bounty Hunters Guild and buy a weighted net made out of, I don't know, the skin of a shark or something.
Yikes!
Whatever is an effective net material.
That's the
You know, a
most
sharp carcass,
common-
if you could throw it, would probably be a good effective net. You're probably restrained under the shark carcass.
Yeah.
You know how heavy a like bear rug is? That isn't.
Probably multiple pounds.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
If you could throw the weighted blanket.
I can't, but Rin is stronger than me. But I'm also thinking.
Do you think
what
that
if it's,
Robert
like,
could
death
shock put that weighted blanket?
Also, what if you just like did the round the horn thing, you know, to get some momentum behind it?
So my thinking is, you carry around.
Discus.
You get one of those the like chilled bags of holding that people use for like meat and stuff, but instead you carry around like
What?
freshly skinned like bear pelts, so that it's still like ooey gooey on the inside, and use that as a net. And that way, they not only have the weight of the bear pelt that they have to get out of, but it's also awful. No offense.
I have a high athletics score and I'm trained in athletics.
All right. This is food for thought. Is there anything that you're wanting?
No!
Poison!
Druid naturalist who didn't see probably what they wanted naturally?
A whole bunch of cool plants.
Are there any plants?
In all of Waterdeep? Yes.
There's probably one or two as decoration somewhere. Some inventor probably has some kind of potted plant. Maybe he figured out how to make fake plants.
Listen, I ain't dealing with these inventor folk. That's a little much.
If
Going
there's
to the
nothing
professionals.
magical, if there's nothing natural, if there's nothing planty, then whatever.
Okay. Yeah, that's not really the motive of the Inspired Hands, unfortunately.
Yeah,
literally
I said,
live in a-
boo, when's the magic show?
Go to the Temple of Mistral. This is for inspired hands only.
Okay, well, when's the show at the Mistra?
Yes.
None of your
Not
hands are
here.
really that inspired. It's your brains that are inspired.
Our brains control
Hold on,
our hands. Our
silly.
hands are inspired by our brain to create things that don't exist.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, so Cousin It has like ceased to like, and nothing else exists. He is staring at his workshop and is going about creating something. He's inspired.
I've wound up the little wind-up toy and just set it loose.
Clap, clap, clap.
All right, cool. Then we will call break there. We'll return in
Sounds good.
at 10:05, or we'll resume.
Ooh.
Dad.
All right, be right back. Welcome back. Hello. How's it going? I am your player, Texas Deviant, and these are my DMs.
Aha. And also the dogs.
And the dogs. They're my companions.
The DM Dog Master.
Oh.
Hello, I am your neighborhood beholder.
Hello, beholder. I'm beholden. Alright, we last left off buying ingenuity things. They will be ready in a couple days' time.
Yeet.
You bought other things that you wish to do so from the player's handbook while we were gone.
Mm-hmm.
I actually ended up not.
Didn't find anything you wanted in here?
No, I don't know what I was thinking about the other day that I was like, I need this. But
Paper and ink.
I think it's legitimately the pole that goes and pops out to 10 foot. And
Oh, like an
Bow
extendable
staff?
pole.
what?
Like a bow staff?
So if you're looking at the one that specifically goes to 10 feet, it's the
It's
the extendable 10-foot pole or whatever it is. Collapsible 10-foot pole.
collapsible, but I don't think that's a common item.
I think it's just like a basic magic item.
I'd rather not pay magic item prices. Actually, I might. Is that anywhere? Can I find that anywhere?
Make sure that you don't look up the real life ones.
Dude, I actually the reason why is because I've seen a lot of people have them IRL, and I think they're super useful and cool. But I've seen a lot of people open it the wrong way and it clock them.
I just saw one of those videos recently.
Terrible.
Sanitize guide to everything.
Pole of collapsing, a telescopic pole, both are the same kind of concept. They're quite common. They're not too difficult. 25 dragons for one. It collapses down to a foot long stick and extends to a 10-foot pole.
How much weight can it bear? Is this the one that Doomer used to use as like a pole vaulting pole? Or is this the one that you can stick it on the ground and key race all the way up? Do you know what I'm talking about?
So it wouldn't be able to extend if you were like standing on top of it.
Yeah, you click it out and then you do it.
Yeah, and then it could support the weight of a normal pole.
Okay.
You need to write the things down.
So it's 20. You said 25.
Yeah, it's 25 dragons. It's a free action to extend it, and it can be retracted with.
I'm just kidding.
It is not. It cannot. It's not
I
necessarily.
know that you can't. I know
Okay.
that you can fight with it.
If you want a telescopic quarterstaff that's not 10 feet long, you could probably find one of those too.
Oh lord.
You could also get a sword king. Those are pretty cool.
They're
What?
pretty cool.
Those are cool.
It's just like a normal walking
sword.
cane, but the inside of the cane's
Oh.
hollowed out and has a sword slot in it. So the handle you just like twist and pull out.
There was a certain age where I learned that those swords, or some anime or something taught me that those swords were like not as nicely made as regular katanas. So every time I see someone, my like 5-year-old me is like, "Oh, that's so cool," and then adult me is like, "Shut up, kid. It's lame."
Teach your kid you to fight back. Jesus. Fight back, comma Jesus, not fight back, Jesus.
Yeah, I could probably use a sword cane.
You know, you're all at the age at this point where you probably need one.
Beaten stick?
No, Robert Price. You especially could use a sword cane.
Because we're getting old and decrepit and we need something to lean on so we don't
Says
fall.
the man
So
in a
it's pro-
boot.
So,
So 25 gold off my thing.
Yep.
And what's it called? Pole of collapsing?
Mm-hmm.
you actually might just be able to.
You could just call it like a collapsible pole, but pole collapsing is a D&D item.
What if I said
Yeah.
pole of collapsing and I just put it on my thing?
Might be able to.
Equipment added. The pole of collapsing.
Okay, Google.
Minus 25.
Stop.
Wait, are you minusing the 25?
What? No, you do your thing.
Oh, I was like,
I am keeping private books. Do not mind me. As
Not
Percy
mind me.
follows behind you, scribbling in the notebook while you purchase things.
I am just your friendly auditor. Auditing away. Okay,
Dab.
what else?
now I'm curious as to how much money I have.
Don't look at me. That's it for me for like shopping trip day stuff.
Oh, you guys went to the security branch.
Yes,
Guard talk.
do that also.
Guard watch. Okay. You are let in with the normal passage of like the deputized badge, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a nasally clerk sitting at the front desk, like overlooking reams of papers. Oh, it's a growling messes. Oh, gonna be the death of me. Just hand cramps. How can I help you three?
Well, funny story. Very related to the messes. We just need to re-up and provide this writ for our thingies. The
Peace cords.
peace cords. That's it.
Oh.
Sorry, I've been speaking to inventors all day, and my brain is just.
Would not know anyone by the name of Tilly, would you?
I'd rather not say.
He looks at her. I see. Yes, this is rather functional. As the faith of good host and the powers blessed in me, I announce that you no longer have to serve out the length of whatever sentence it was. This is a good deed. Please just turn over your peace cords to me, and you can do away with the pleasantries. Thank you for acting on behalf of Waterdeep service and protection. We look
That's
forward to
it?
your unless you want another peace cord. Most people just
It's totally fine by
are
me.
happy to have this stuff removed from their lives and the aggravation that it causes. And it's less paperwork for me. It's 1 page instead of 5 and giving you another one. I don't need anything but your signatures here if you want to read over the document saying that it announces your release from the contracts of whatever sentence you are carrying out.
My insight check to see if he's a demon. I mean, a devil.
You pass. He is not.
Okay, I signed the documents.
It's like a guard who's just very like already done with his shift despite him only being here for half an hour.
Girl, please, I know.
May I have your name? No, but you may call me Percy. I promise you I am not a fae. Would you mind holding this horseshoe?
So yeah, peace cord's gone. Done with it.
Sweet. Love
Nice.
that. Best loot.
Best loot of the session.
The stone of glory just disappears.
We got that last session.
It's true. You did say, "Oh, the session good quantifier." It reappears somewhere in the astral plane.
You gotta keep these things in mind, you know?
Yep. Cool. That's all I got. You got anything else, Asha?
Are you hitting on me, lady?
Rin?
I got a whole bucket full of shopping items that I've purchased.
Oh my.
What kind of stuff did you purchase?
I bought 2 HP potions, 1 healer's kit, 1 antitoxin, 1 climber's kit, 1 ounce of ink, 3 flasks of oil, 10 sheets of paper, 4 pouches, 4 sacks,
To hold all the
2
shit.
sealing waxes, 10 vials, and a case for the vials.
Oh, nice.
That's totally reasonable.
Sounds like a man with a plan.
No, but I'm a man who occasionally comes up with plans.
Sounds like a man who has the ability to come up with elaborate plans.
Thank you. I pride myself in my ability to come up with convoluted plans that need specific things from the player's
The more
handbook.
random crap that I have, the more I am enabled to.
This sack goes in the pouch, and this pouch goes in this sack, and this sack goes in this pouch, and this pouch goes in this sack.
And inside of the most
Number of times we've been like, yeah, we put it in the sack, or we put it in a pouch, and we don't actually have pouches or sacks on our equipment list. Now we do. And we got vials to put stuff in.
Heck yeah.
So now the next time you come across brain
Well, now we
goop,
have
you can
more
just
vials.
load it into a vial and
Into a vial.
not leave it free floating in the
We got
stuff
some
back there.
paper,
Let
stuff
me
to
make
write on
sure.
it,
Yeah.
stuff to seal
Also,
it.
I'm presuming that part of your actions for like winding up and winding down each day is like doing mending on all your armors and your clothing and
Yes.
stuff.
Wait, I actively don't have any more vials on me.
Want to buy some vials?
Oh,
You want to buy some vials?
They're a gold a piece. Or a dragon a piece.
and how much is a pouch and a sack and a...
My 4 pouches combined were 2 gold. My 4 sacks combined together were 4 copper.
What's the difference between a sack and a pouch?
A
One's
pouch is
leather,
small
one's-
and fancy. A sack is large and crappy. I'm thinking of putting people in sacks and putting things in pouches.
You know, for somebody
Okay.
who wasn't
Or
planning-
potatoes. You know, potatoes go in sacks.
Right.
You know, gold
And then
rings
go-
go in pouches.
Yeah.
Gold rings are usually worth more than potatoes.
How much were your pouches again?
They're
Pouches are 5 silver pieces.
They're 5 silver pieces. They're half a gold each.
5 shards.
5 shards.
50 nibs. Half a dragon. If you cut up a dragon in half and you bring me half of it, you can have a pouch.
So 2
how about-
pouches is a gold?
Yes.
Or, okay, 2 pouches is a gold.
Quarter told.
And then a vial is a gold also?
Mm-hmm.
I do that.
Okay?
Yeah. Basic trees.
Your toiletries have been
trees.
purchased.
Adventures. Yeah.
Okay.
Are these component pouches?
No.
A component pouch is a specific
A
thing
component
that's full
pouch-
of,
Or
like,
a
spellcasting
pouch?
things.
Or a
Component pouch
Heward's
is
candy
25
spice pouch?
A component pouch is 25 gold. It's also on this adventure here. Let's see.
But also
I
comes with like
want
components for
this.
spellcasting.
I want this.
Want what?
Is there a Heward's handy spice pouch anywhere?
There is everything and nothing inside of Waterdeep.
Uh-oh.
How much was your
She's
bag of
found
holding?
the variant bags of holding. I don't remember.
What did you say, Colin?
I was asking Ryan how much his
We traded that
Bag.
magic item for it.
bag of holding was.
About 2,000.
That seems a lot.
Or 1,600, I think it was.
They normally do.
Yeah, you can find a Heward's Handy Spice pouch if you want to.
How much? Do I find one in the back in the genuine normal pouch collection that was just in there?
Listen, you're walking around the trade ward and you just see a glorified. You can't believe it's a pouch merchant,
Yo!
and you just open it up
It's
and
the
it's just
container store, dude.
it is rows of glory, like from the most like purposefully shoddy looking pouches that actually just barely function as pouches to some of the most
So it's
bejeweled.
Gucci.
Yeah, rude. And everything in between. And so you see like there's all kinds of designs and stuff. Like you see pouches made out of vines and that have like articulating leaves that like move around them that are like animated kind of pouch
Okay,
bags.
what's
and
in
stuff.
there?
It's just a normal pouch.
What about this bag of beans?
You
It's
find
a wondrous item rare.
oh,
The bag of beans.
he probably has a pouch of beans.
There are many pouches.
You do see the Hero's Handy
What's the
spice
one
bag.
where you put your hand in it and you pull out something fuzzy?
Oh, that's the. No,
The best one.
I don't remember.
I think it's something of critters.
Black beans is expensive. You would find it there. Gray pouch? No.
Yeah, gray bag.
Gray bag of tricks.
Yeah.
That's it.
Sure. Yeah, you'd probably be able to find them too, if you were interested.
How expensive are they?
The bag of tricks is probably about 250.
I get regular pouches.
And then there is the Hewer's Handy spice pouch for 50.
Oh, it's not worth a health potion.
Depends on how much you like your food and if whether or not you have prestidigitation.
I don't know.
But I would pay
I'm
50
getting
gold
it.
pieces for a spice pouch that just magically can create whatever spice I want and equip it 10 times a day.
Be pretty convenient, honestly.
Yeah. I reach in, I go for like cilantro, and I come out with just the opposite. Not truffles
I
again.
mean, soap. Vial is V-I-L-E?
VIAL.
Yeah. However, you can put vial inside your vial. Sorry,
Okay.
vial inside of your vial.
Yeah, we'll get there. I'm so excited. And I just can't hide it. Alright, I've added both of those.
Both of what?
I've added 2 regular pouches and a vial.
Okay.
It's 2 gold, right?
Yep.
Or you could give me at a discount because I'm a part of the Harpers.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. The pouch merchant does not.
Container stores, unaffiliated.
Yeah.
They are their own guild.
Not affiliated.
Alright. That's it. I'm sorry.
Okay. What you guys doing?
Great question. What's our next move?
Afternoon
Gang.
of the second day.
We go back to the storm cellar in the middle of the day.
Okay.
An interesting take. I can get down with that. Sounds good.
There's some storms in this house. There's some storms.
We head back to
Tabby tobacco.
Tab's Tobacco. Tabby Tobacco.
Since we're shopping, it's right up the street.
I need some
Ooh,
cigars.
do I still have my one use of wacky tobacco?
I believe so.
I think you lost it temporarily in your bet that won it back.
Yeah, I've got it. I got 2 uses of it.
Okay,
Cool.
you're back to Tabby Tobacco.
So it was the cellar entrance around back that we remember. As we're walking by, do we see that guy?
You see a different guy that seems to be posting here. Almost the same exact spot as the previous one.
I don't like that.
Yeah, we could just go in the shop though.
Okay, we can go in the shop.
I walk into the shop.
Can you describe the storm cellar doors to me again?
They've got a bar kind of on front that essentially weights them down. You heard a clink of a locking mechanism behind the storm cellar door, and then it's just like almost like a 30-degree angle door. It looks extremely heavy, as storm cellar doors tend to be.
All that wood?
Yes, it's all wood.
Okay.
Hinges are metal.
What's your plan, Stan? pick up some tobacco.
You're just here to visit the smoke shop?
Ooh, let's go. Are you going in?
A bear walks
Yeah,
into
sure.
the smoke shop and
Person probably
orders
goes in
smoke.
and grabs some, like, potentially
Only you
grabs
can
some,
prevent
like, super
forest
cheap
fires.
cigars or something.
God, only you can prevent forest fires. It's awful.
We walk
I
in.
go in first.
Okay. There is a haze kind of that coats the ceiling. And
I point at it and say, "Haze."
it is a smaller shop. It's kind of like, it's really narrow. That extends back about 15 feet or so. There's like a small like little end cap in front of you, and then like two just like shelves that are lined with all the items of the store that lead down to the end where there's a counter. There also seems to be like a very like wedged in space. Like, so if you enter the doorway here, you know, the little bell chime, ding, and then the smoke kind of like drifts out. But there's a corner like rounded bar area that somebody could stand in for whatever kind of like service purpose, and then the two shelves that go down that have all the contents. And then at the back of it, you see at a table that goes up to just past his kneecaps, a rather eccentric looking tabaxi who has like a wider than normal kind of like head. It kind of reminds you of Cheshire Cat from Alice in Wonderland, both color and maybe without as toothy of a grin, but still there. And he has a slender frame. Hello, the name's Tabitha. Welcome to my shop.
That was the tobacco bags.
Also, it's not really my thing, so I'm just gonna like loiter outside.
And how?
Cool.
How can I help you?
I go to sit down at the table at the back.
The table, like, which you probably just do it anyways. Okay.
Yeah.
Hi. How's it going there, lass?
It's going. It's been a day.
It's always a day.
Shopping.
Followed by a night, and then another day, hopefully.
I've never been here before.
Welcome to my shop.
Well, I'm new to Waterdeep also.
Welcome to Waterdeep.
How does all of this work?
Well, I pay the city to own a shop, and I sell things that interest me to things that hopefully interest other people.
Are these all herbs and
Mostly.
do you grow them
Yes.
all yourself?
No, some are imports.
Cool.
Kiwi?
What
Can I
cool
interest you
cat.
in something?
I don't know.
What are you looking for?
Well, I have these, and I get into my bag and I pull out the two purple tobacco.
His eyes just go like to slits. He's like, "Oh, you have visited old Zabla, have you? You tell that good for nothing that he's not allowed back in anymore. Steals my strains."
Oh, I don't know what that means.
That's fucking rude. I don't know what that means.
You're not his partner, are you? I'll wait for you to answer, actually, before I tell you.
No,
what I do.
we have our own place. It's called Three Feathers Up. It's like an inn.
Oh, are you looking to purchase some like amenities then?
Maybe.
Well, if you exclusively buy from me, I'll give you a good discount if you never return to that cretin again.
We just ended up there on our first day into town because we were meeting up at the Yawning Portal, and it's been pretty, we haven't been back since, I don't think.
What's he look like now? Is he older? Falling apart yet?
I don't know.
I wish he would kick the bucket already.
I can't remember.
It's fine. I'm just... He angers me, and I don't know why I'm taking it out on somebody in the dock wards anyways. It's a little bit beneath me.
So, I have a question.
Yeah, I have an answer.
So, I was gonna maybe have a big old party, maybe have some nobles.
Oh, many a noble have visited my shop.
Yeah?
Great reviews.
Did you hear about the stuff that happened to the Growlhound? Is that the Growlhounds?
Oh, the Growlings, yes. Talk of the town, really.
Yeah, did you hear?
It's getting worse by the minute, too.
Why?
You've heard of it. The nobles were attacked. A noble is dead, actually. Many other crimes and stuff. Yeah, the town is it's gonna be boiling here soon.
Why? I don't really understand all the politics. and stuff.
Why? Because most people have a stick up their ass and they don't have enough of this hash.
Well, what do you want to get, Percy?
Cheap ass cigars.
Oh,
Plenty of cigars in this shop.
but what's cheap ass?
Yeah.
Oh,
Just love the fact that you're walking there and like, hey, we're brand new to Waterdeep, and we're brand new to this shop, and we own an inn just down the street.
I mean, investors.
We're thinking about throwing a big party and buying some ash.
yeah, the thing is,
But also your
rolls
cheapest
up like-
cigars, please.
Yo, I'm new to Waterdeep. I bought this big ass inn
Dude.
right down the street. I love it.
the thing is like we are new to Waterdeep.
I know.
How long has it
Think
been?
how crazy that is as a concept, though.
You're probably like beginning to wrap up your first month.
I'm
in
new to
Waterdeep.
New York. I just bought the
Listen,
donut shop
we-
down the street.
We reek of adventurers.
You're
We're new
here
money.
today, noon tomorrow.
I have a request.
Do you want chewing or smoking cigars?
What?
Chewing cigars?
Yeah, there are cigars that you don't actually
We'll
smoke.
smoke
You just
this guy.
you just hold them and taste them. You'll by the tip.
But how do you grow them?
You don't. Well, you make them.
They don't just come
You ever
like
seen
that?
those things that grow out by the lake? You just cut the stems off.
That's what I was thinking.
Don't do that. Don't do that, lady. If you're in for an awful experience.
Well, what is this? And I point to like some oregano-looking stuff.
Oh, actually, that's cattail hash. A very unfortunate name.
Unfortunately named.
It kind of looks funny, but I don't.
Yeah, it resembles what happens if you actually put one of them in your mouth and you were to bite down on it. An explosion in the mouth, if you will.
Well,
Though hopefully more pleasant.
I'd like to like smooth talk this person, get to know them, like casually. Like when you go into a smoke shop or you're sitting there with a bartender, or you're like, you're like, yeah, how long you been in town? And like, tell me about you. Like, oh, how'd you get into this? And like, do the small talk thing.
Are you purchasing things?
I will be purchasing things.
Okay.
And at the end, like my end result is to like peek around the shop, see if there's anything in the back, like that she'll pull from the back, like to show me something special, or trying to see how to get to the cellar. If there's a particular like place.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
Aren't storm drain cellar type like things like that usually attached to the building itself also?
They don't have to be, no.
But it could be.
But it could be, yeah.
If we go
Would it be-
underground here, it'd be somewhat reasonable. Yeah, it'd be somewhat reasonable.
Would be weird. I guess. Like it would be like specifically intentional to make like a secret passageway to the, or would it be expected that there would be an access?
No, like, I don't necessarily think either situations. They're not like, they're more for like emergency amenity thing, and so you might have an access from your house down, but usually they're like, you can, it just depends, but they can be completely sealed off from the rest of it. They sit underneath the foundation of the house. And like if a storm were to come for whatever reason, you needed to get into the cellar, you would leave the house and go to the storm cellar, open the door, and go down.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I don't know what purpose would be having this like outside special door if there was also an inside access.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Like, why would you have both?
Yeah. It's not entirely
I'm
necessary.
not looking for a special door. I'm looking for her to pull back a curtain and be like, yeah, let me just go to the storage room real quick. And it's in the storm cellar.
Oh.
But like, if it's not like that, then
Yeah. And so with your roll, you don't actively see anything that would like set off your sensors, as it were. What you buying?
not the cat thing.
Okay.
Like regular. Do you have like any vanilla, jasmine?
Both. I have both and separate and together.
While she's like in there doing her schmoozing thing, after I get my cigars, I go on outside of the shop to try to brainstorm with Rin on what the hell we're gonna do to get in the storm cellar.
I was low key debating of schmoozing up the guy who's just like clearly a guard,
Okay.
but I don't know.
Are you spending any amount of money on your cigars?
Yeah, I'll spend whatever I need to
steal
spend.
it for cheap
How
ass cigars.
cheap a cigar are you going?
I mean, pretty damn cheap, but I probably buy them in like semi-bulk. Like, I
Okay.
get a big thing of them.
Okay. You want like 5 dragons to
Sure, I'll be good.
Five
probably cover
dragons?
you quite a habit.
5 months worth of rent for cigars. You know what
listen.
I mean? That's
You're in the North Ward.
exotic.
You're in the North Ward.
They are.
But
It's definitely
he definitely bought the Costco version. He's set for a long time. If they're his favorite.
This is
happy.
not worry about having like keeping track of my character sheet money. I'm fine with that.
I don't have that kind of money.
Wait.
Are you ridiculing his spending habits
Do
for
you
that?
not?
I don't. I currently only have.
All right, your jasmine stuff is 6 gold. Carry on.
I currently have 348 on me.
On you.
Whatever works.
You also got like a jade statue that you guys can pawn off at any point.
Approximately how much gold does she have?
Like 700?
Okay, that's what I thought.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
You just buy some trivial stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a connoisseur. I haven't even done any of it. I've never.
You want a starter kit?
Yes.
You want to make your own, or you just want an assortment of
Make your
flavors?
own.
Oh god.
Ooh, I got the tobacco kit just for you.
Tobacco kit. Oh god. Tobacco kit.
Also, how do you feel about like vendor setup stuff for parties?
You want like a smoke event in a bar? Or...
Yeah.
Oh, I would charge like, I don't know, a gold or 2 for the night, and plus the cost of materials. And I would ask that maybe I can set up a sign for my shop and a tip jar.
No, not like that. If we're having an event, and would you like a table? Normally, people would pay for a table to have your advertisement to be able to sell. If people wanted to buy.
What?
How that works?
You would be hiring me.
No. I'm not trying to look for confrontation, but like that's just how that works, though.
You're throwing a party to like invite as an open house. You're paying people to
Yeah, if
cater
they're
your
providing a service.
They-
But if
they
you
would.
have a vendor show up to sell things at your event, you don't pay them, they pay you. Like if I were to have an Acon event or like a comic book event, and this person wants to sell their food or their necklaces or their t-shirts or the whatever, they're paying for that space.
Yeah, but
And I'm
those
not-
are
I'm not
stuff that you
ask-
walk away with, right? You're paying a bartender to also bring the alcohol.
So if I were to go downtown right now and I go to a bar and there's a place that has cigar tables that is not an in-house cigar like lounge, like, oh, these are the cigars from the factory down the street, come visit our factory, blah 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 blah. They're selling off of a Venmo card or like a whatever card. They're not paying. They're more likely to pay the vendor or the venue.
Well, you said more likely, so in this case, it's unlikely.
So then I would renege that. Like
Okay.
that's not. It doesn't make sense to Why would I pay for her to be there?
I will use your words. You didn't want a confrontation about it.
Yeah, I legitimately wouldn't.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Well, I don't do that then. And I spend... How much is the kit?
The kit? Gold. It comes with some starter stuff.
Like what?
Several of his strings. Like tobacco. And flavored tobacco.
Okay.
It's in the shape of the little cat face. You move its whiskers to manipulate it.
Mm-hmm.
It does the folding. There's one with a blade on it, so it cuts it.
I gotta put a custom item. Oh no.
Has a cat tongue that does the rolling.
Mm-hmm.
That's cute.
That is pretty.
There's a container where you can put your saliva in it that'll wet the end of the tongue so it can like wet the paper.
That's less cute.
When you finish rolling enough of them, it coughs up a hairball.
Made out of lint.
You leave your stuff out, you wake up and it's all over the floor, half of it's gone.
And knocks the sofa over off the tables. The full cat's experience.
Try to bribe him. Or
I mean, that's kind of like my go-to of just like, I've got money and I'm good at talking. What if I just combine those two? I don't know if that's a very good idea, though. I don't know. What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, we could say that we're sent by the Grauhunds to bring a message or something, but at the same time, we have no idea. Wait, don't we have...
Wait, can't one of us use a disguise kit or something?
I can disguise.
Yeah, you do the disguisey thing.
For what?
Look like the messenger
Okay,
from the other day?
You could do that, or you could just at least not look like you, so that when the information or word gets back that we tried to get it into the cellar, then it wasn't us trying to get it in the cellar, it was somebody else.
Right.
What do you think about that? I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. But
I could
think
change
like a
into an
decent
animal. Sneak my way in.
yeah, that would work too. That's another good idea.
Oh, right. Fenris Storm Castle. And twice daily.
Oh, and I sell the mace, the crossbow, the mace, the shield, and the other items that we got from the last encounter. We put into the bag. From the guys in the tower on the outside of the thing.
Cool.
Okay.
Good idea.
Half price for whatever they are worth in the handbook.
Do you have a handbook on you?
I do. I haven't even opened to the page after the page that you need.
I don't know what stuff that you have currently, Astra. I have a crossbow, a short sword. Are the only two things that I have in my party loot fund bag.
So I have it in my bag.
Yeah, you do.
The boys that we took out on the 3-story building, we picked up these items from them. And I specifically put them on my character sheet.
I remember that.
He said half price.
Yeah.
Look at me doing money. How does half price for 5 gold count?
2 gold and 5 silver.
But I have 2 of them, so it's just 5. And then...
What are you looking up, Brian?
Well, so we had the Drow lead, right?
Yeah.
That was the Fenris Storm Castle, a place where, or a person that delivers messages between the Drow and their homeland or whatever.
Right.
Commanders. But that might possibly, we didn't really get a lot of information about that. Yeah, I mean, we could, like, change appearance and try to bribe the dude enough to just like have him get lost. So I'll probably put them on edge for the rest of the day if we fail. We could potentially talk to do the pretend that we were sent by the Grauhoons. We could I don't know. Knock him the fuck out.
True.
I'm trying to imagine a situation where we can get in there without it being awful or like too insanely. Like, say we show up, we bribe this dude like 10 gold, right? And it's like, obviously there's something that we want that's in this area, hypothetically. We want to get into this area. But then it's literally just like a drop-off spot. Like, it's just a cold drop for like letters to pass back and forth.
Oh no, we're out 10 gold.
I mean, yeah, but like, that's also like, hey, these guys paid me 10 gold to get into this random cellar that's empty.
I think that's the biggest reason why I'm like, I don't know if I really want to be us when we do whatever we're gonna do.
Right.
Also, not huge on the knock 'em out idea, just because we know it's locked, and I don't know. I don't. Yeah.
When I go out there, is there a hole or slit that I can see that's big enough for any particular mice or animal or spider or...
You would expect like a very small bug to be able to move, like a centipede or like even smaller than that. Spider would probably be a little bit difficult to squeeze, but like a mite or a tick. An ant.
And strong like ox.
If that didn't work, could also potentially consider animal with burrow speed? Dig into cellar?
Yeah, like a badger.
If have claws, why no burrow into cellar? Literally is just like, we're just like Jay and Silent Bob in it outside of the smoke shop, and then Astra comes out right as we're talking about like, we have a druid.
Yeah. Hanging outside the smoke shop. I think that's probably I think the druid form of some kind is probably the best idea. But
that legitimately sounds like a really awesome idea.
Yeah, but how many wild shapes do you have? Think of how much gold that would be resource-wise. That's like 350 gold of Astra per wild shape.
Wait, if you're saying if Astra didn't wild shape for a whole day, we get 700 gold?
No, it's like that's her resource cost value, where a bribe is probably significantly cheaper.
She's level 4, so you wild shape for 2 hours now. Work is like just like a war horse. 2 hours.
It would not.
She goes into the field of battle and gets cut down.
I'll pay you 20 gold.
You can swim now, too. You could turn into a turtle.
Wouldn't be incredibly relevant to our situation.
Piranha.
Wow, cool.
Turn into a piranha. Throw the piranha down his shirt and just like...
It's the perfect middle point of the bribe him, distract him, convince him, and that does literally nothing productive.
Attack him and just
not knock him out. Not.
Okay.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah. I'm
sick.
trying to look up the animal list.
An ant would work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how do you feel about it?
Or a spider? You did spider before.
I'll do an ant.
Yeah.
No.
What about?
Yeah, whatever it is, it's like extremely teeny tiny.
What about those like Hercules beetles?
No, the beetle too big.
Beetle too big.
Wait.
Too big.
Okay, outside of the context of this, if you had a druid turn into a Hercules beetle, and then somebody cast like enlarge on them, like made them people sized, they'd be so stupidly strong. It'd be like there's a whole anime about that, by the way.
Yeah.
But they'd be so strong. You could like break through walls.
I think they probably just turned into the concept of whatever a large version of a beast is in 5e, right? Like a large wolf spider and giant spider. And that comes
Sure, if you go by like game rules, but like we're talking about
What if you
Hercules.
just-
Oh, okay. So if we mix in the game rules with real life, they would collapse because their body structure wouldn't support.
Well, it's
So-
magic though.
Oh, the magic
No
goes
longer
into
a
making
part
sure
of
they
this
don't
conversation.
implode. All right, what you doing?
I'm shape-shifting into something tiny. Practical guide. I'm trying to find... Oh, found it.
I cast guidance on her, and as she is transforming, to wish her luck, and spend the next minute concentrating on it until she wishes to add a d4 to her roll.
D4.
And I'm currently at... And a snake wouldn't be able to fit?
Nope. Think like it is a shut,
tiny.
heavy door. You're looking for like a little tiny crease where it doesn't quite seamlessly shut that you're going to try and squeeze yourself through.
What about a bumblebee?
The bumblebee is way
Well, it
too
has a
big.
fly speed that can't be a
Okay.
bumblebee.
I'm gonna be an ant.
Okay.
Is what I said like 18 years ago.
Yeah. Where are you turning into an ant? How are you getting there? You guys are at the front of the shop right now. You'd have to walk back down into the alley and stuff.
What if we're walking out to leave, and when we're walking by, we just like toss the not as a meme, but as an actual. They don't take ball damage. You can go terminal velocity plus and not really give a.
Yeah, I don't want to take forever having to...
Yeah. Okay. So kind of like a drop off at the entrance of the alley mouth. where-
Also, I'm not letting you toss me.
Sure.
Okay.
Coin tosser.
Oh.
But you
Um.
want the coin.
So let's give get some stealth checks from the two of you as you guys are once again trying to remain nonchalant for the second time as you pass this alley.
Yeah.
You said stealth checks?
Stealth check.
Checks. Yeet.
I'm gonna roll good today at some point.
See, this is what I had to do. I had to take a feat that lets me do a cool thing and to roll better, and now I'll never roll bad again, so I never get to use the feat.
Nice.
You jinxed. You broke
21.
You broke the curse. What'd you get?
16.
Okay. Now give me a sleight of hand check.
Sleight of hand. I'm proficient in that, weirdly. 23.
Okay. Yeah, you just like in the most like imperceptible manner. You're just like having a very hush hush kind of like conversation between the two of you as you're like walking down and just like doing something that just makes you not weirded out by walking down this alley. The guard doesn't really pay much notice, and so with a kind of like little glancing
Look at the
movement,
wrist.
you manage to drop the ant at a small distance away from the storm drain. Small to you,
We're talking
very
about
large.
the cigars you just bought.
Oh yeah.
Finishing a cigar and just like throwing it, but the Astra is like on my hand on the top and like got him.
Nice.
I just ride the cigar like
This
Jinx.
is for you for 60 seconds or something,
So
if you need it.
you make your way up.
About 10?
Oh yeah. Well, for guidance.
Okay.
You make your way up to the storm drain
Yeah.
or storm cellar. You have to spend a little bit of time like crawling around and feeling it out. At one point, the man that's there like looks over and goes back to like resuming, and you it takes a little bit. You finally find something that allows you to
My heart is pounding.
barely
Having a
squeeze it.
giant man looking down at me.
Just yeah. So you crawl in and you see it's a very think and kind of not extremely well taken care of over here. No, there's a few steps that leads down, and then you see not quite dry upturned earth that is persistent through the rest of the cellar. Do you like to use the word dank underneath the smoke shop?
He said the word that means the other word.
I go ahead.
He started it already. He gave me the eyes so that I gave you the eyes.
You just have a giggle fest with your friends for no reason.
We're 5 years old. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I go ahead. Knockity knock knock. I make the loudest knock in the whole world.
Alright. Yeah, you crawl in, and you're on the underside of the storm cellar door now. You can see down it immediately like turns off to the left. You notice that there's a small lock that's kind of suspended from a latch that is not currently locked. So it's like if it's a padlock, it's turned away.
If I can't push it off, I don't push it off.
As an inch, you cannot push it off.
Okay, then I just go exploring.
Okay.
Exploring.
You go down into the rest of the cellar at this point, and you see bits and pieces of like broken crates that are just in disuse. They contain like old rations or something like that. And
Smallpox blankets.
yeah, disease. You find diseased blankets.
Mm-hmm.
You see a small stand in the corner that seems to have a few, like, from down here, it looks like there seems to be a lip of something sticking over it. It looks like parchment based from the underside here. It's hard to make out. You see another rival ant trailing across the ground.
Hey! Want to speak with that Nemo that want to speak. Nemo that wants
You can't do that while you're in your
I
seat.
fucking know.
You are so
That want
hard.
to speak with Nemos. Okay, I make my way to the parchment if I can.
Okay, you've made your way on top. You clearly, from up here, looks like a letter of some kind that's been folded up and placed in an envelope.
Is there anyone here? Do I see another door? Is it just a storm cellar?
You're kind of like, so you turn left and you're in the small little opening, not quite an antechamber because storm cellars don't really have antechambers, but it's like an enlarged space before it leads into like the major drop for the rest of the cellar. And in there is just more of the same. You don't see anybody in here. You actually see a cot that looks like it's been used recently, piled up against the far back side of the cellar. But there's nothing in here.
I undruid shape.
Okay.
Unwild shape.
I'm convinced also that if there's no such thing as a normal storm drain cellar, like they're all just secret hideouts for different organizations to use. I don't think I've ever seen a normal one.
Yeah.
In video games or in
The one in Wizard of Oz was normal.
No, was it?
Yeah, it was.
No. The whole thing was fucked up. One, it was in Kansas. Two, the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, you know, whatever.
Okay. You are
What does it say?
now completely blind because it is pitch dark down here.
I light a match. Like, I take my little tinderbox and go.
Okay. Match goes out. You gotta light another one.
what does the letter say?
Yeah.
It's currently sealed. Are you breaking the seal on it?
Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I?
Okay. You open it and you find an envelope inside. It smells perfumed. Definitely something that a noble person would write. You open it up and you can. It's not signed by anyone. And some few short letterings of the object has been stolen. Follow the crew. Report back if you find out that they have it. I think I've been betrayed. By the way, Ursula killed my husband.
I light this letter on fire.
Oh.
How do we feel about that? I tell you guys, mentally.
You do you, man. Seems fine.
Hey,
Well, ultimately, I don't think you guys have the link established anymore. You have to see them to talk to them, and it's been quite a number of hours since the morning. If you can freely cast it.
I've got it.
You do you, brother.
I slip the lock off of the door.
Mm-hmm.
I put the letter into my belongings.
Okay.
And then I druid shape.
Okay.
So I just wild shape back into an ant. Make my way out of here. And then it's on my nest. Wait, but before I do that, I investigate the shit out of everything else.
You don't really see anything else of importance in here.
Thank God. If I didn't have that option, I was gonna raccoon the shit out of this place. Knock off the lock, rabid raccoon.
Turn into an actual raccoon and just
Yep.
like fuck the place up, and
Yep.
the guy's like, "What's going on down there?"
That's exactly what was about to happen.
You have a swim speed now. You could probably turn into like a sewer crocodile or something.
You actually probably could.
God.
Jesus.
How's the crocodile down here?
What the fuck, man? They don't pay me enough for this shit.
Yeah. I amp my way
All
out.
the birds with one stone.
Okay. So upon your crawling out, once again, the large man next to you notices you. Oh. You see this big giant looming hand come down and like put itself in front of you, and it's just like trying to coax an ant to walk onto his hand.
Be cool. Be cool. How do ants act?
How do you act?
I do that. I tickle around your fingers, but I don't get onto it.
He like keeps moving his hand in front of you, and he's like really red, like cups his hand around you.
I'm gonna intentionally get into the little groove of your finger and go.
Whoa, whoa!
And just tickle, tickle, tickle.
He's like peering down at you with like interest.
Is this something that we can see?
Presumably, you guys kept walking.
Yeah, I think we're like probably relatively in the area, but not like watching this guy. Is my assumption.
I go on my ant way.
Empty.
He just like watches you for a little bit, and eventually just like rests back against the wall again, and takes a brimmed hat and just slides it over his face. He does not see the ant wave by at him.
Okay.
It is some time. It's probably in the neighborhood of 20 minutes or so by the ant speed that goes.
I'm so sweaty.
Actually, yeah, that's probably even fast for an ant, but some amount of time in the future, she shows up.
I always feel like ants are surprisingly.
Ants are so fast, honestly. I walk.
I feel like finding somewhere to unwild shape from an ant form
Yeah.
could take a minute.
I'm not discounting this statement. I'm just saying I agree with you. And that ants, also turtles are. I
Yeah.
fucking learned that the long, hard way.
Also spiders. Spiders are so fast.
No.
So are crocodiles, actually.
I seen
Okay.
a spider
Alright.
scurry across the entire garage floor and up my sister's like leg. Within faster than she could get out of the way.
We're just
Spider
not.
go fast.
We're
Spiders
just
are
not, though.
Listen, 30 feet of move speed looks a lot different when it's this big.
Yeah, it does.
All right. So yeah, you make your way out of the area safely. You de-wild shape.
Trying to think good.
Yes.
What'd you find?
Also, how was being an ant? Have you done that one before?
I mentally am like, we gotta talk.
Okay.
Oh, what did I do this time?
Oh, crap. Where should we go?
3 feathers up, presumably.
All the way back home?
Maybe? I don't trust that we can go anywhere securely right here.
Okay.
You're still just a few blocks away. Like, still in the North Ward.
Yeah. Alright. Yeah, we go back home. We head back to 3 feathers up.
You have made it back?
I whip out the letter. Can you reread it again?
Yes.
It said that to follow the group, think she's been betrayed, confirm whether or not they have it, and
by the way, Ursula killed my husband.
and Ursula killed my husband. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. What group should she be talking about?
Possibly us. Possibly the Drow. Probably us.
I think it's.
Okay, so what do we do next? We could stake out that area to find out who's receiving the letter.
I don't think we do anything particularly different. Like, I think all the information that's in that letter, other than Ursula killing her husband, is information we could have suspected already.
Right.
Right.
So, what's our next mode of action?
Bristol Floxen's still alive?
He is not, to the best of my knowledge.
What?
I believe someone said he was dead at the manor.
Uh-huh.
Oh, who said that?
Lady Gralham.
Do we believe Lady Ralham? I don't.
Okay. So Urstul is still alive.
Yeah, I guess Urstel's in limbo. We don't know if he's alive or dead.
We also don't know if her
Schrodinger's
husband
Urstul.
is alive or dead.
Right.
Yeah.
We
that's
also
just
don't know
loose.
if her right-hand man is alive or dead.
I mean,
You definitely know that
Let's
Brabus is dead. You walked across his
Feign death is a spell.
I think it
That's
is
true.
unreasonable that she'd be lying about her husband's death. I think it is very likely that she'd be lying about Urstul Floxen's death. I think one of those seems way more. I mean, maybe she's not, but like that seems like something that she would that she might lie about. But maybe he is dead.
Okay.
I think so. We still need to find out more about her weird connections. And we need to. We had other things. We need to go to the Temple of Mistra.
Yeah.
Those are the main ones.
Right.
But we already know she doesn't trust us, which is to be expected. So I don't know how we're going to get the information that we need from her.
Okay. We don't currently have any other venues or any other attachments to her. Right? Like, she's currently isolated in her conspiracy web.
We could bring back a fake version of the stone.
I
She has
think
the
that would.
resources to instantly know.
I think that would potentially out us as having the stone.
I think
We just bring back the stone.
we potentially might have access to equivalent resources to make a fake version of the stone. But
Yeah,
maybe
we could
not.
potentially do something like that.
I think that's at least something to think about on the table, maybe.
Okay.
I think we could snoop. That's an option. I think we could pretend to go along and maybe she slips up something. We could try and intercept more letters.
Mm-hmm.
We could
We're trying to see
kill
who
her and
contact.
search her entire place.
Mhm.
That seems unlikely. You said what?
We're trying to figure out who her contact is. We don't really care about her that much.
We're trying to figure out why is she getting a discount on robots.
Well, even then, how is she affording robots? She wouldn't have been able to afford a nimble right straight out, even with the discount.
Oh.
Because even with the discount, it was like organizational level of money.
Yeah, who's funding her
She
nimble
was
right
issued.
operations?
Who's her?
Which, I mean, in typical situations, when I'm faced with, hey, this person's getting help from someone, and we don't know who that is, we just monitor the goings and comings of the people and stuff from the place that she's at, right? Like, she's gonna hopefully contact those people at some point. You just intercept the contact.
Like,
and,
we could wait outside of that cellar door that's guarded and has letters being delivered to it, possibly?
they'll probably not anymore because we just kind of...
Or
Depending on what the time frame of the person coming to get the letter is,
That's
right?
true. That'd be true.
so let's.
Yeah, we can see who comes to come pick up the letter.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
I have a hunch.
Lunch.
Let's say the person that comes to pick up the letter works for Zorn.
Okay.
Then what's our next step?
Meet back up with Mert to find out what he's uncovered about Zord.
Why not? Like, we're staking out this place, right? Maybe.
Mhm.
Why not try and catch a drow instead? Let's catch the guy that got away. Let's catch the guy who's watching us.
That is what
As soon as we get the net.
the lady has told us to do. That's our like above board mission with Lady Growlhoon, is to continue hunting down the drow that stole her thing.
But I don't know that.
We could try to come up with some way to convince Lady Growlin that we aren't lying to her.
How would we do that?
I have no idea.
Probably by like doing jobs for her.
I don't know, she's pretty paranoid about us.
Yeah.
I think
And she was already paranoid about us before we even walked in the door because that letter was already written and on that table.
I think that we don't really have a whole lot of options.
Really?
That
You
you're-
don't think a lot of us
So
options are options?
go all the way back to when we were chasing down the Nimble, right, and the field ward. We could trace the steps of Ursula Floxton.
Mm-hmm.
And then we hit a dead end at the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And
Then,
What?
well, we hit a dead end to the Growlhoon Manor.
then
Where we tracked him to the manor, and then he supposedly attacked the manor.
and then we also went to the circus,
Yes.
and we went to the opera,
Okay.
and we haven't found anything that tells us, like, we're looking for the little pieces. We're
Yes.
looking for the little gems in the...
Our current missions are to figure out the connections of the Nimble Rights, because presumably whoever is associating with the Nimble Rights right now has a big foot in the race of the gem hunt.
Maybe
Other-
has
Other than the Growlhoons, the only other Nimblewright lead that we had was Mistros.
well, we had a few that all kind of ran into dead ends. Oh, we have some.
Mistros was the most productive.
Yeah, Mistress is the last one we have to go get more information on. Well, but all of them connect back to this mystery investor who's investing in all these different groups
A
and
specter
organizations.
of sorts.
A specter, a shadow filled with cash, who's injecting nimble rights into the system.
Who is this ghost?
We don't know who the ghost is. I really like the idea of
people.
just staking out this like cellar and finding out who shows up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we stake out the cellar, wait to see if someone comes up to collect the letter, probably jump them and kidnap them.
Ooh.
And interrogate them to get the wheels moving.
Yeah, right now, even if
We've
we
already,
find out
like,
who it is,
We've completely given up on the, like, get the good graces of Lady Gralhoun.
yeah.
And this person is at least a connector between Lady Gralhoun and something else or someone else, right?
Yeah.
So regardless of who this is, they have valuable information for us.
I bet you it's the drow.
We don't know until we get there. We need to get there.
Ooh,
That would be very strange. But yeah.
I'm ready.
So if that's what we're gonna do, we need to, like,
We're doing it.
okay. And then we need to, like, I guess, kidnap them or probably, like tie them up in the cellar or something like that so we can interrogate them and get actual information.
Cool.
Okay.
Are we tying him up in the cellar?
I mean, we're not gonna drag them through town.
Cool. That's our plan.
Okay, so you guys go back to this alleyway?
Yeah, we go back to the alleyway and begin the stakeout operations and scope out the area while we're at it.
Okay, most of the area is just compounded by
We could take out the guy, drag him in there, and somebody sit out there in his place.
Get your Australian accents ready, because we're gonna do an Outback Steakhouse.
Yo, I'm hungry.
It's mostly just
That was a
like
good
all the stores are attached together. So
Cute.
there's a long, uninterrupted alleyway, and it's kind of lined on both sides of it. So you go down one end, you exit the other.
What kind of alleyway?
A long one.
Uninterrupted.
You asshole. Ah, that's rude.
Got him! Okay, sorry. Go. I'm ready.
And the buildings on either side are climbable. They're not of anything spectacular height or such. They do have some shifting kind of like height to them. It's not just like a single flat top.
Mhm.
And that's mostly it.
Okay.
The rest of the surrounding area is like people on one side as it attaches closer to the main road. It's not the main road, though, it's just closer. On the opposite side is just like the entrance into the strip area.
Probably get hooked up with probably need to get like vantage point positions to where we can actually like watch the area, right? Like someone on a roof, someone who can watch like one of the alley exits, and someone who can watch the other one, probably.
So I'm not opposed to your idea of like knocking this guy out and then disguising yourself as him, and then being like, yeah.
We
And
can
then
try
when
that.
And when they go into the cellar, because you're like, you open the cellar for them, and they like go down in to go get the letter. That's what ambush them in the cellar.
Okay, sure.
We can also take the letter with us and be like, hey, we've got a drop off. And just him like go to like what? It's got the crest.
My assumption is that these people know each other, right? Or they have some way of identifying each other to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can look like that guy. The
Right.
messenger guy.
So if he has like a Xanathar tattoo, and then I walk up to the door and I'm like, hey, here's a letter, and they're like, and I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah, but what
Those
if
guys
it's
get sets,
like,
makeups, and inks and stuff like that. You could try and create one.
You just
Right, but
put a
we don't know
fucking
what
put
we
a
don't know the
different
secret
tattoo on every scene. Just like open up your shirt.
Uh-huh.
Here's his Xantha. Open up this. Here's his Centaur. Open up this. And you
I
just
think
have
it
it
makes
all
more
over
sense
you.
to like take over the cellar guard position than it does the messenger position.
we can probably make
So
something like
I'm saying both, but a way to get the guard to just let
I
them
get
in.
it. Yeah, so Percy is the guard, and then
And I'm
Rin
just like-
is the messenger who shows
Right.
up to.
And then you're like, show me your tattoo. And I'm like, is it this tattoo? And you're like, I don't know. Is
So
it?
we want to knock out the guard and store him in the cellar.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we don't
How do
need to
we-
disguise ourselves as the messenger.
How do we do that without immediate confrontation in the street?
Try to do it quickly.
With all our power and might combined.
All right, sure. Also, I'm out to wild shapes.
Yes.
Probably wait for it. I don't know if Prometheus is much in the like take him out silently kind of
Yeah, but
guy.
a sewer crocodile might be.
No.
Okay.
I think at any point that dude sees a sewer crocodile in his alleyway, he's screaming.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. It's probably for the better.
I could try to magically coerce him to letting, like, us all going into the cellar, and then we kick the shit out of him in the cellar, but it's basically the same thing.
That's a pretty
How
good
busy
one.
is the street itself?
The street, the street to the left, like the left one close to the main street. It's got some pass through traffic. It's not crazy busy. The one on the right, customers walk in every now and then.
Okay.
But the alley that we're specifically in is
The alley's empty.
tucked
How do we
away
feel
in
about
the
Pass
dark.
Without a Trace if we're walking down an alley? That's.
Like Batman.
What if you Batman from above and Soul Knife this dude?
Let's
Pass
do
the
it.
fuck out. Hey, has Tasha's rolled through yet? This
It doesn't
fall
work on
damage.
medium creatures. But yeah,
Darn
we
it.
should,
I mean, I'm
let's do
also
that.
down for the magical speed. You listen to me, I say
Parachute.
things.
parachute.
If
probably
you
wouldn't help.
parachute down, he'll be
It's not
like,
tall
"What
enough.
in the hell?" And you're
They're
just
not
like,
tall
"I'm
buildings."
just here." And then we're like, "Step,
Are
step,
you
step,
got
step,
some
step."
skyscrapers that we're jumping down
I
from?
mean, I don't know.
I was on top of some crazy guy's tower and I couldn't even use it then, so I
It
don't
might
know.
be wacky tobacky to towery.
I don't know. Do you think that the magic speaky thing is like a viable option?
I mean,
That's a good
it's as viable of an option. Like, I can use suggestion and tell him that we need to go into the cellar.
I
That's-
suggest we all go down to the cellar together. And we're just like,
Yeah.
I mean, that's
And if it doesn't,
what happens if you fail suggestion? He's just like,
it plays
"No,
out the
fuck you."
same way.
Yeah, and you Batman off of the tower and smash his face in.
One of them involves a shillelagh up front, and the other one involves a shillelagh in the cellar.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do that.
So probably station you on a roof, and me and her go.
Just
To
for
talk to the guy?
clarification, does me Batmaning off a roof actually add anything mechanically to the scenario?
No.
Okay.
It doesn't
so
give
maybe-
him sneak.
So does
Mechanically?
stealthing down the alleyway. But I don't think it adds more to that.
I will hide in the dark in the alleyway and throw a dagger.
Sure.
That way I don't accidentally break my legs jumping off the top of a building.
Does he actually think? Do we actually think you would break your legs jumping off?
No, they're
I
not.
don't
They're
think
short
it really
buildings.
matters if I do or not.
So in a realistic scenario, like, you can step off of a small 2-inch differential in a street and snap your ankle. So, like, unneeded
That
risk.
happened IRL.
Unneeded
And it was
risk
your
is-
At the
fault.
same time, I've jumped off like 12-foot high, 13-foot high things before myself in real life and been fine.
As a kid, I jumped off the top of like 20-foot barns. Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it as an adult in the slightest, but like,
We don't
as-
recommend it for anyone in the slightest.
I mean, kids are indestructible.
That's not true, kids.
So,
No.
so your station. Play out your scene, please.
Where are you? In the alley or
I'm
above?
sneaking in the darkness of the alley.
Okay, give me a stealth check.
Oh,
And you're just walking with me?
All of us, or
This is
Are
like
you walking with me?
height
or
of
are you
afternoon,
sticking with
so
me?
I'm walking.
there's not a lot of
Then we don't
shadows to
make
work
stealth
on here.
checks.
Oh, we're just gonna
But-
walk
are we doing
up?
this in the afternoon or are we doing this the night?
Do we want to wait until night?
Do we have any
good
advantage
point.
mechanically for night?
There are more
Yes.
shadows to hide in.
But there's also more drow to get us in the night.
There's also more time that has passed for someone to show up at the cellar door trying to get in and get the ladder.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a 15, and I can add my thingamabob. I can't remember if this thing. What I need to know if I failed or not. I can never remember.
With the new one you get to know if you failed, and then you can use it. And if you still fail, you get to keep it.
Did I fail?
So your stealth check will get you up to essentially the last known, like essentially LOS of where he would be able to see you. You are undetected up to that point.
I just need to be 60 feet away from him and have a line of sight where I could throw a dagger.
You cannot do that without him actually being able to see you. Right? It's a narrow alleyway. There's a small divot where he goes in. So
we
you've
also
got
have a mind link that we could do and tip you off, so you can just lean and toss.
Yeah, you could do that.
I was just thinking. Well,
Like you can make a surprise attack against him, but he'll be able to see you.
Whereas from above, he wouldn't?
That is very possible, yeah.
There is a mechanical advantage
I'll
for you
just
being
be on the roof then.
Okay, you can go up on the roof and do that.
Thank God.
Okay.
I wanted
I don't need to
to
Batman jump down. I can just throw the dagger from the roof.
Yes.
Indeed,
And yes, there is a mechanical advantage.
All right, I'm glad we got that. I had very different internal images of this alley situation than was being described, so I'm glad we came to some kind of.
Yeah, it's a narrow alleyway. There's not a lot of hiding spots unless it's like dark.
I just kind of imagine that every alleyway is nothing but hiding spots. Cause
uninterrupted.
Yeah.
That's why. That's the disconnect.
Okay, so you're up on the rooftop. You are stealthy.
Oh, on the rooftop.
Man goes around. Is that a reindeer?
You're close to Krampus!
Yeah.
Oh my
I'm
gosh,
fucking
no.
Krampus and I throw a dagger into his throat from the rope. Oh, after the signal.
Never a signal. Never a signal. He's gonna let us in.
Are we doing a psychic mind link?
Yes.
First one's free. You want use one at the beginning of the day, or
Are you swapping?
No, not at the beginning of the day, because it lasts for a d6 of hours. It could be like 2 or 1. Then I would have wasted in the first hour.
Mhm.
So, I'm using it for this event.
Okay. So a change of our motive operandi, if you will, because of the new changes for the path. You will have to announce to me whenever you're establishing the psychic link.
Sure.
So if you get into a combat and you haven't announced it, you don't have it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will roll a d6 from the number of hours that it lasts.
I believe in
lasts
you.
for 1 hour.
Okay.
That's all we need, man.
First one's free.
First one's free. I get another undetermined number of them.
Yep. Well, you have a very determined number of them.
Yeah.
No,
Depending on short
it's
rests.
determined. It's undetermined for me because I don't know the number.
Okay, so
You have 4 psychic dice. You can replenish 1 on a short rest.
How do you know?
update.
Is it just for flat
Your proficiency
4?
bonus times 2.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
First one's free.
First one's free.
Every long rest.
We're just at the tobacco shop, you know. We're meeting some shady guy in the back alley behind the tobacco shop, and the first
Yeah,
one's
you were
free.
standing on top of the tobacco shop. There's a small chimney
Don't
that's
do that.
letting out some of the smoke. You
Put
sense
on
grape.
my Christmas hat, and I wait for my companions to do the real work.
Okay.
Hands over to empty screen.
Looks like there's just one companion now. What are you doing?
I'm walking with him up there. I assume he's either going to cast suggestion, and then we're like, hey, you should let us in. And I'm like, what he said.
Yeah, please.
Or not down,
Let's all go down into the cellar here.
I highly do declare.
So, I just for like technical purposes, if you don't actually throw this knife from the rooftop, no mechanical advantage was given.
True. I really hope I don't have to throw this knife, though. I don't need to be Bat Krampus.
No.
All right.
Krampus.
So
Alright.
he's positioned on the
Do you
rooftop,
indeed
awaiting a
say,
signal.
Highly do declare.
I do
you
not.
should let us into the
Your
cellar.
lair.
Matter of fact, the verbal component of my suggestion spell is "Would you kindly."
Would you kind?
Oh,
Is it
would I?
actually? Oh, that was a true giggle.
Yeah. So, as we're approaching, as we're like, basically, we're like, well, because we have to walk down the alley for some amount of time,
Oh,
right,
I
before
don't-
we actually get to the
It's
guy.
like, I don't know if this is different, but this ability now also says they can only speak with you and you to them. So those two cannot speak to each other psychically.
Yes, we can. Look.
Yeah. They,
Can I read it? Well, you got it open.
if they're doing both. And also, you can only link up to your proficiency bonus of creatures to you. So you can only get 2 plus you in your psychic link now.
Also, I think, like, effectively, even if that's true, that we would still just all be. It would a slight delay to it, but like.
Yeah, this is more for
Effectively
thematic
good all.
reasoning. Like,
Be able to-
we've maintained the thematic prose between her ability and you guys.
Yep.
It'll just also have to be for you now as well.
But I'm not wasting any time. I will walk as we're walking up to him. I cast suggestion, and I say,
Ah.
yeah, that's what I say.
He's suggested by this, and he goes, back.
No.
All right.
I say, let's go into the cellar. You and my friends, bring me and my friends into the cellar.
All right. What does he have to roll?
It is a wisdom saving throw.
Ooh. And
What is your spell save DC?
13.
Yeah, sure. Whatever. And he gets up and picks up the bar and like shifts it off and looks over. Will you help me? This door's rather heavy.
I help him, or I have Astra help him with the door.
No,
What?
you help.
Okay, I help him with the door.
Okay, and I get ready to shillelagh.
Okay, he gets his fingers under it. He, like, this close to him, like, you can see that he's got a little bit of alcohol in the breath. Does not look to be a very sturdy type. Just some dude paid to do a dude kind of thing. Just sit here and be bored. You both reach under the storm cellar door and as it... And you guys manage to get the storm cellar door over. It's like 60 pounds that's just laying down on the ground there with some rusty hinges. It's not the most pleasant.
60 pounds.
I
heavy.
whistle for.
It's actually probably significantly more than 60 pounds.
Yeah.
And then I, bat Krampus down into the cellar from above.
That Krampus.
Oh, I don't even know how tall this roof is.
Bat
like-
Krampus.
Short for
15 feet,
Batman meets
15 feet,
Krampus.
right?
It's legitimate. Other than just
That's
landing on
right.
stairs, which would be really uncomfortable under normal means, like, it's fine.
When they go in there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So he just walks down in there and he's just like, yeah, I guess this is what I'm just paid to, like, sit and monitor people that come in for. Oh, what are you guys doing here? You know that the effects of the spell that he's accomplishing. It's just him talking at this point.
He's just like, all right, yeah, I probably would have just done this any.
I take him out.
Yeah, we take him out.
Surprise!
We knock him out.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Okay, he is not aware of you at this point. He is paying attention to person casts a spell, and you have advantage on the strike.
When you do that, I say Bat Krampus.
Also, I think the old version of this was worded the same way.
I don't think so. I think
little
there's a
bit of-
number of differences.
We can always look at it after.
A critical
Fail or
pass.
succeed?
Critical pass.
That's
You use restraint and do not sneak attack this dude, or he will just be dead, brain dead.
I do not kill him.
Yeah.
They changed the wording on Psychic Blades too to be a little bit more explicit, which is really nice.
So
Yeah.
peacefully asleep right now.
Yeah. So, like, the 2d6 plus you're dead. Like, he's just a normal dude. He goes to sleep, and you hope that you don't leave some kind of scarring behavior in his attitude.
Yeah. The blade vanishes immediately after it hits or misses its target, and it leaves no mark on its target if it deals damage.
Yeah. But
It is-
if it hits the target and doesn't do damage,
Okay.
There
He's
are
out.
circumstances where
Like
that
a
is
light.
possible.
Like
Yeah.
He was just standing there talking. He's like, "Yeah, so
Wait,
when
no,
do you guys
there's
want to come down here?" And just collapses to the ground. You like catch him to prevent him from just bashing his face in.
So we tie him up. And
it's just like it's literally just like all right, that's
I think it's
real
literally
good.
impossible
Yeah.
for it to do.
It's mechanically hit something, so
Because there's damage resistant stuff, but nothing that has damage resistance against psychic damage.
we make sure that he's not going to bleed
Barbarians.
out, and we tie him up and gag him.
time up, gag him. Take his hat. Check him for markings, also,
Ooh, smart.
just in case.
Okay. You don't see any markings. He has filthy clothing on him. You can take his poor hat.
I take his hat and then I put on like probably my dock ward clothes and mussy him up a little bit more.
Okay.
Mussy him up.
And then I take his place up above the surface.
A messy hussy as a mussy.
Close the cellar door.
Yeet.
It takes help with a friend. He can lift it by himself, but it's since he's on the inside, less helpful.
Okay.
Understand.
It's a heavy door.
Yeet.
Big storms come in from the ocean waves.
I help from inside, yeah?
From inside. Give
And
guidance.
now we wait.
And
Can
now
I,
we wait.
can I have a light, please? Do you cast that anymore?
Yeah, I still cast that. Yeah, you can have it. It lasts for an hour. Bing.
Thank you.
You see a little edge of light coming from beneath the cellar door. Not much. There's very small cracks. Well, not you. You.
I put it in my pocket.
Okay.
Put
You
it in
no
your
longer see lights coming through the cracks in the cellar.
I take it out of my bucket. I put
It's,
it in
it's
my
literally,
I take
it's
it out.
literally like waiting outside. The sun starts to go down. It's like, Astra, I told you to. Sorry, Rin. Can you tell Astra that I told her to put the light coin in her pocket?
Yeah. So you guys are waiting.
We're waiting.
You're waiting. How long are you guys waiting for?
Hey, watch this.
That me.
No, mine.
An hour passes.
I don't know. I'm kind of in like full stakeout mode. I don't really have an upper
imagining
limit currently.
Waiting days potentially.
Yikes!
I mean, if it's the Drow Messenger and they haven't already found out that this area is had the thing done to it, then they should be coming like twice daily.
Okay.
But
Oh, I just
that's
don't-
assuming this is Drow Messenger.
More hours
I
pass.
don't
Yep.
think
We
it's
wait
a
until the
problem.
dead of night,
Okay.
till early morning.
Not quite midnight. Probably about an hour before. You hear like raucous kind of like, not quite jovial. Make a like sound of people starting to walk down the alley. Go ahead and make me a insight check.
Insight check. How about a 16?
All right, it's definitely feigned. People are putting up a front, essentially.
Okay.
Their words don't sound clipped enough to be drunk.
I ready myself in the way that means that I look casual and aloof.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, it's
Do you tell us?
Yes, I do.
And
Oh well, we don't have. It'll be a couple hours later, so.
Yeah. It was like probably 7 hours.
But I
so
keep my link, right?
You have to see them, right?
Your link isn't as
I only
much a
last
link.
for 1 hour because I roll
Oh,
a
okay.
1.
All right. I
Yeah.
believe you.
But it wouldn't matter to me because it's 7 hours.
Do you
I can't roll a
whisper
7.
anything, or do you do a knock, or do you do
like I would possibly like knock my foot on the cellar door, as long assuming that people are like out of sight. But I don't know if I would like. I would do my best to signal without like other people being able to hear. If they can't hear it, then I just kind of take that on the chin.
Okay. So They are not effectively able to hear something that you put, the doors and stuff. But we'll see how things play out. So as the footsteps draw closer, you definitely tell it's 2 sets of footsteps. They're like, hey man, you go do the thing, and I just got to take a leak. And so you hear like some sashimi being undone and some dudes start pissing on the backside of a wall. As another dude comes walking out, you immediately notice that he has a cudgel, but there's like a nail driven through the end of it that you can catch the glint of as he just like passes around in there due to your dark vision. And says, hey old man, completely like freshly out of being a teen, trying to be like more pompous than anything else, mostly hot air kind of personality. Let me in the cellar. Do your job. Open it up.
The thing that I do is nice little. Let me open it.
That's right. Hey man, I knew I liked you. Open up the door.
I have him help me open it and then have him walk downstairs.
So he doesn't help you open it. He watches you struggle with it.
That's probably fair.
Yeah, and he's just kind of like bouncing his bat and like the edge of the nail clips him, and he just like buries that and just like keeps up the tough guy act.
When that happens, I shillelagh.
Yeah, so when he starts opening the door, right? This is a big creaky, big open door, right? We hide in the back of the. There's the turn in, you see that, right? And then there's the area where we place the letters, and then there's an area behind it.
Yeah.
Where there's like a bunch of storage shit.
Yeah.
Just like hide in there.
Okay. So real quick, it has been about 7 hours. That guy that you knocked out has since woken up. What are you doing with him?
Knock him back out every time.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine we have him like bound and gagged and in the back, like, if we don't have any like specific tools for keeping him, like, yeah, cause I don't think we don't really have like unconscious poison.
Yeah,
So we just have to.
do you attempt to like persuade him into this action that you want him to do at any point during your 7 hours? I mean,
persuade him to
be
knock
sad.
himself out?
No, to not make a noise for the duration.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, there's probably because we already know that it's kind of hard to like hear through this thing, so it's not like him crying out in here necessarily.
Especially with a gag, yeah.
Yeah, so
You definitely wouldn't
like,
make it out.
do the like, yeah, if you know what's best for you, you're gonna stay quiet, but go to sleep again here. You wake up, don't say a word. Knock him out.
Wait, before you knock him out.
Okay, unknock him. Right.
Would you like to do you partake? Would you like to smoke some? Okay, all right. Here you go. I put.
You got a little hole in my gag.
I make my. I try to make roll my first tobacco.
Okay, you don't get a proficiency bonus. You can make a dexterity check.
How druids bind and gag people? You use vines and then cattails.
God.
7.
He's had better splits, but he ain't gonna complain.
That was my first one.
Actually, it comes out like one before. He just kind of like, so there was that cot, and he just like lays down on it and just kind of like takes the spliff and like rolls over and points to the wall. Just he's being quiet. He's happy to be paid for nothing. Do you still knock him out?
No, he's stuff him in the corner.
Okay. He seems to be the most willing ragdoll. Like you have to move him a little bit, and he helps you.
Okay. To sell the whole deal, I've got this idea of who this guy is, right? At this point, then before something, I'm like, coin, gold dragon. You. I put in his pocket.
He makes a little thumbs up sign with his bound hand. Just smoking.
Find nothing.
Just manipulates the cigarette a little bit and
What an honestly alright day for that guy.
Like the first
to
the
take a
dagger
nap
thing
on the
sucked.
job.
Yeah, and pretty soon, like that dude's laying back, and he's just like, you can see the slow rise and fall of his chest as he's sleeping.
Okay.
I'm sorry about the smell, but we're
It's
next
pleasant.
to
It
the
was
shop.
like some of your vanilla stuff.
Easy.
Because we're gonna walk down.
Ella.
What the hell?
Been smoking down here.
That's
All
bad,
right.
dude.
So winding back forward
Yep.
to he's just watching you struggle with the door, and he's just like, "Rill, stay there. I'll just go check and see if there's any messages to pick up." Meanwhile, that dude's still pissing like a cow on a flat rock.
Ew.
Where's your panther, Rill?
And so and I'm assuming you've hidden all of your weaponry and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. All my shit's probably like down in the thing with them.
Okay. So he walks in and he's just pleasant, weird. Oh, and he-
Oh, I put the letter up there.
oh, you put the letter on the stand.
Or the outside of it up there. The holder for it. Or something. Something in its place so that he grabs it.
Well, you see, when we were in town, I happened to buy some parchment, some ink, and some sealing wax. And who knows? This guy probably can't even read, so you can put whatever fake letter you want in there.
Okay.
You want to forge the sealed letter?
Yeah, we might even let our resident forge kit user forge a document.
Is anybody proficient in forgery?
That would be me.
You are proficient in forgery. I don't think you happen to have stolen a Gralhan seal while you were in the estate, did you?
No.
No.
Not really in that business, sadly.
Okay.
This
So
is
you
still
don't,
upside down.
so you
But something to think about for the future.
you don't have the sigil itself. So if he's a learned person and he knows what to look for, he could see that your forgery wouldn't have the right seal on it.
Yeah.
I'm
But
not planning on letting him get out of this here.
yeah, that's fair.
Basement, to be fair.
Seeding ideas for the future.
Yeah.
But you have all the tools and capabilities of resealing the letter even if you wanted to.
I
Or,
could swing at that.
or putting a fake one back there.
Oh, are we putting like, what do we, if we're doing a fake letter, what are we doing a fake letter of?
It could be gibberish. Like, I'm not.
Oh.
It just says, you're fucked in big.
No, it says,
Yeah.
my husband is dead.
The forgery comes in with the like actually making it look like a.
Right. I guess, I don't know. I mean, like, we could make it, but like, we don't have the Gralhan seal, so. I mean, you could take the seal off the old letter,
Yep. You could pull
reforge it
Yeah,
onto the new
what-
one.
Yeah, no, I was just about to get to that. Roll me a d20. Because you surreptitiously opened that letter. What do you roll?
I rolled a 3.
Okay. The seal is mostly destroyed.
It's understandable.
You
The
can't.
thing is,
Reverse
when
it.
Astra wants to open a fucking present, she
She's not- I mean, you're
opens
not-
a present.
those-
Regardless, though, that's not our current plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our
Oh,
current
well,
plan
almost
is
a
to
plan.
put an envelope on the spot
On the
so
shop.
that this guy has enough bait to walk into the cellar slightly farther
Yeah.
than just like peek in and then
Yeah.
walk back
I
up
was
the
kind of
stairs.
hoping far enough maybe to like pick up the letter and then like start checking it, and maybe by then the peeing guys showed up and gone down there.
Mm-hmm.
You could maybe even put like open with instructions for messenger person or something on the outside so that they open it. And
Try not to game this part too hard because you know
Okay,
there's two people.
sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Fair enough.
Just put a
a
envelope
letter
It's a
on
fake
the-
letter.
inside of it, my
Walking down the
recommendation is something that immediately
says, you're
comes to.
fucked.
This
Is
get
that what it says?
get fucked kid.
It
Yeah.
doesn't say my husband is dead or something like that.
No, why would it say that? Why would we give them any information?
Yeah, your
Yeah,
husband's
no information. You're dead.
dead. You're dead.
So your contents then would be in the chamber room.
Yeah.
So if you
Basically, all of my stuff. Like I keep my my like holy symbol under my clothes, but apart from that, all my stuff.
Okay. Are you attempting to follow this dude down into the cellar?
Yeah, I probably like kind of casually wander behind him.
He would turn back and say, "Wait here, old man. I'll just be right back up."
I do wait.
Okay. He continues to walk down the steps. You two hear the as the storm door crashes open, and the wait here, old man, just the cocky kind of like attitude that goes along with this guy.
Can you tell us that there's another guy, right? Yeah.
I don't have the ability to.
Oh, right. That's
Yeah,
wrong, right.
but the thing is,
Good point.
when it goes, I go, Shelly. I'm hiding in the back, waiting for him.
Okay.
I'm going to bonk him.
Bonk. We're going to bonk the dude.
Okay, under the current pretext, if all he does is go and grab that letter and then walk back out, he will not cross your path.
He will
We
go
can
up,
hear
grab
him,
the letter, and
grab
then
the
we
letter,
will bonk.
and then we will bonk him.
He'll not walk back out.
Okay.
Because we don't know that this is another guy, so we're just gonna bonk this guy.
I'm gonna bonk that guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he will have a chance to hear you guys attempt to move after him. You'll make a stealth check because from your room, there's a small little hallway before that thing, like 5 feet, right?
Yeah, there's creepy things that move in the dark.
Yeah,
all the
Yeah,
time.
just
Do
set
a
the
range
scene
attack.
so that we're all under the same pretext.
Okay.
All right, so he
We're
walks up,
stealthy as fuck.
grabs the letter, and just like is roughing it, just like crunches it and like throws it in his coat pocket and looks around. And says, what is that smell? Whatever, Rel, come back up. We got a letter. Okay. Roll stealth checks.
Stealth check.
14.
Boom. Critical.
Okay, and then roll me some initiative.
Initiative.
I have a question about my situational awareness in this
15.
situation.
Okay.
Do I smell their reefer from the outside?
Perception check.
This is potentially relevant to my course of action moving forward. Let's fucking go. See, literally all you have to do is take something to get 18.
Yeah, that smell was not there before.
That's fucking...
There's only one thing nearby that would have done that.
No, that's untrue.
There's
There is
two
a
people
shop.
down there.
There is a shop right next to
You've
us.
already proven that the smell cannot transfer from the shop into the storm cellar.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
You know, if you didn't see it, didn't happen.
that's totally fine.
Okay, so you two rolled what for initiative?
14.
15.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and give you one. How about a 21?
Jesus, Ryan. I'm so happy for you.
All you gotta do is have a feature that means you want to get hit and nothing will ever hit you again.
That is the way your characters tend.
This is
You
the
will roll poorly at some point
I
tonight.
will.
It's going to happen.
Inevitably.
Inevitably.
What if it doesn't?
Then, I mean, I guess I just won D&D.
Oh no.
All right.
My plan is, if you guys take too long, and the other guy's like, what the hell, why is he taking so long in there? I'm like, probably lighten up or something, man. I better go check it out.
Good idea.
The fucking youngsters
Am I
and their
right?
reefer.
Lavender.
What's the smoking age in Waterdeep?
I don't know.
You
Is there
breaking the law.
What's the putting a nail in your bat age? I think it's the same.
All right, and we had a 14 on who?
Me. Rin.
And a 15 on me.
And then
Astra.
21 or something like that.
21 on Percy.
Cool. Percy, this is a surprise round. You were first, but you are skipped in the
I'm
surprise
chilling.
round. Astra, it is your turn.
Use my action to grumble.
14.
14 to...
Hit him.
Okay, that is a hit.
It's like this close to taking shocking grasp to do the like.
Ugh.
That's a good one.
9
I like
damage.
Okay.
That. I do want to someday play a D&D character whose weapon is just a giant metal glove. It just like shocks people. Or like
So the
does other
artificer.
elemental
Volibear.
attacks.
My very first
No,
D&D
it's
character,
Rin's
Myth,
turn.
because he used shock and grasp all the time because I was very bad at the game and didn't understand that being a melee was a bad thing, right? But my plan for him, once he finally got meta magic, was to stab someone with a dagger, and while he was stabbing them, use Quicken Spell to shock them through the dagger.
Rin's turn.
Me. I throw a dagger at him.
Okay.
Do I have advantage on this attack?
You do.
Get him.
19.
That is a hit.
Wait, did I have advantage?
Yes, you can roll to see if you had crit.
More d6s.
Yeah, I did. Crit
The
fail.
wrong kind of crit.
That's the bad kind.
I hit him for 17 damage. And my offhand attack. $22
Is a hit.
for 7.
Fuck it up.
So he's patting that bat again. He's just about to get to the steps and just clunk, and then 2 daggers go into him, and he just falls over. The last attack doing just enough to make him topple. You hear the sashing of some drawstrings being pulled back together.
Very next thing that I plan to do, assuming circumstances don't drastically change, is to try and pull him out of vision of someone else walking down.
Okay.
That is my intent,
Help action.
assuming that nothing drastically changes.
Go ahead and you both give me a team stealth check. This is going to control his descent for falling and preventing him from crying out as he
21.
lights out.
15.
All right, that is easily enough doable. He doesn't make a sound as he's falling. You guys carefully lower his unconscious body to the ground and begin dragging him into the back room.
Okay.
You can very, very faintly hear the sounds of scuffling going back.
I'm psychically tuned to the sound of invisible knives.
And soon, we're like, "Hey, Baco, where are you at? Come on up." You said, "Hey, old man, what happened? Where's he at?
I don't know.
Go get him."
He had something in his mouth when he went down there.
So, go get him. Baco, come on, man.
Right.
We got a deadline. Let's go.
You didn't say your line.
Huh?
You didn't say your line.
Yeah. That was the equivalent of my line.
No, come on. All right. Just a minute.
Hey, you didn't do something to him, did you?
Oh, man, he's probably just smoking something. It smells nice.
Yeah, kind of right.
I mean, I'm.
Hey,
I'm
Baco, you
glad
didn't
to go
have
first.
something, did you? Hey, quiet, old man. Hey, man, are you you're holding out on me, aren't you? Hey, come on, man. And he starts to go down into the cellar.
I am going to let him go down. I want to double check that there's not just like a third dude watching this whole thing happen. I want to like at least try to.
Okay, so nonchalantly just kind of like wander out into the alley and make sure that both sides are clear, check the top and stuff. All right, go ahead and give me a stealth check. That'll be your action for.
I'm assuming that it wouldn't be feasible for him to like close the door in any reasonable amount of time.
No, I don't think that one's gonna
think
happen.
so.
I got a 17.
Okay. Somebody with your strength, you probably could. You wouldn't be quiet about it, but you could like fling it shut, sort of thing, and it would alert everybody in a 300-foot radius. Says you probably just effectively cast Unknock.
Unknock.
So yeah, you like move out there, and you're giving me a perception check now.
Why is their secret hideout transfer letter place got doors that make such loud noises?
19.
It's a secure.
You're pretty confident it was just those 2 dudes.
Just
Cool.
a wooden vault.
I hit him with the.
Rel continues to make his way down here. He's like, "Dude, that's some really good smelling stuff. Hey, man, where did you went further back? Dude, come on. Hey, answer me, dude. Rel? Or Paco? Paco? And he like, hey, man.
Swing.
And so, like, right at the last second, like, realization is now dawned on him. So we're going to go back into the combat round. I will roll. Okay, so we're going to start at the top of the round. It is Percy's turn. You guys are aware of each other. Oh, Percy's actually upstairs doing the whole.
I am upstairs doing
That is what he's doing on his turn. Astrid, it is your turn. No advantages are given. There's no surprise in this.
Yeah.
Uh,
Rich fingers.
12.
12?
Like creepy Astrid was like,
12 is a hit on this guy.
and then runs up with a stick and bonks him with a stick.
11 damage.
Nice.
Ow.
Bonk him with a stick.
Okay, Ren.
I throw some daggers
I
at him.
was really excited about him saying it smelled good.
I'll throw some daggers at him. 16.
That is a hit.
Okay.
Bum, bum, bum.
15 damage.
Okay.
Throw another dagger.
Throw another rock.
24.
You guys can't miss today. That's a hit.
Hit or miss.
For 7.
It's a baby combat. Like,
Same exact story. Just like, hey man, and then just like he's like getting nervous, and then Astrid comes running around and just smacks him across his knuckles, batting his hands away, and then the 2 psychic daggers just take him into the chest. And he's just like, oh shit, and he just like leans against the wall and like lies down. You can see like a bloody mess, kind of like where your stick bonked the shit out of his hands. You might have to like dislocate a finger or two.
We may have to call it there.
Yeah,
It is about that time.
it is that time.
It is.
nice!
All right.
Woo!
That was a successful bunking.
That was such a good
Successful
plan
bonking.
that we executed
Hey.
very effectively.
Nice!
We
All
did
right.
the thing.
Hey guys, thanks for joining us on our 24th episode. We will be back next week where we will pick up on the continuation of how the Featherdale Few are handling.
We are gonna raid someone, so stick around for the
Yes.
raid.
Yeah.
We love supporting other people who play D&D, so if you'll give us just a moment so we can find a raid target, that'd be real dope. I mean, just drop in, give them some hearts, give them some Odin's I love. If you've got any of our emotes, like, or if you've got your own emotes, drop that in there. I highly suggest. But we're just gonna search around. Also, if you have any raid, like guide the raid target, like in mind, if y'all play D&D and you've got other streamers, like let us know. I see Pink Diamond is on. She's not
wanna raid a
D&D.
D&D
Yeah,
person?
but in case you're into some of the other people.
What about Captain Robert?
That's
He's
the
got a-
person we
Nice.
raided them twice. They do VODs on this day.
Yeah.
Oh, it does say rerun. I keep missing that. He's got a cool captain's hat, alright? It's very tempting.
I see Inglorious Bards, epic adventures with professional game designers, voice actors, and comedians.
Ooh. Also, I see playing board games
Yeah.
is currently streaming Rime of the Frost Maiden.
Oh, that's cool.
Icewind Dale. There's also Quest and Chaos. Die Hard and Waterdeep.
Hey, do that one.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and.
Okay, Quest and Chaos. With no spaces.
Quests and chaos.
Quest and Chaos.
Thanks for hanging out, y'all.
Yep,
Yeah, I'm
that's right.
stupid excited about this.
Quests and chaos. Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, thanks guys. We'll catch you next time. See ya.